Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Wednesday. We are back. And we are going to be doing a bit more lawyering tonight, but we definitely have some news. And there's a little bit of spoop talk that I'd really like to get into, specifically because it is officially Spoopy month. It is October 1st, so yeah. And this is something that actually got brought up because there is a new video out, and I realized just how much I really appreciated a lot of different characters when it comes to like horror movies and stuff like that, and they're classics. You know, they're absolutely classics, so you can't not talk about them when it comes to this stuff, which I think is pretty fair. So yeah, we'll get into that in a little bit. But before we do, Aylin, good to see you. How you doing? How are the things? You're good? Good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. All right. Got a little bit of news. Some of it's going to be weird. Yeah, I guess that'd be the best way to put it. Some of it's going to be weird. Because a lot of stuff apparently happened over the last 24 hours. So we might as well just get to it. I was playing a game, but I stopped because it was a bit clunky. What game were you playing? Little Witch in the Woods. I've never heard of it, but I kind of find that a lot recently, and I'm glad it's not just me who feels that way. There's a lot of games, whether they be indie games or AA or AAA, that they just feel really clunky, and I don't know what that is. And I don't know why either. It amazes me that we have stuff like Bayonetta, which it feels so good. It's so fluid. It's so incredibly fast paced. You've got other games like Ninja Gaiden 3, Ninja Gaiden Black, Ninja Gaiden 4. You've got games like Sekiro. You've got games like Armored Core 6, all of which are incredibly fluid, probably more so than they actually need to be. And then you have other games and they're just so incredibly clunky, and it just, for the character and for the game itself, it just doesn't make any sense. I never understood how or why. Like, again, I'll use Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Wilds as a perfect example, or even Devil May Cry 5. All three of those were insanely clunky for no reason. Spectre, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? How are the things? So, we got some news. We got quite a bit of news that we got to get through, and then we'll talk about spoopy stuff, and then more lawyering. First off, Microsoft just added over 45 new games to Game Pass, including Hogwarts Legacy and Ubisoft's back catalog. Here's the full list. Microsoft has added a number of new games to Game Pass today as part of a major shakeup that has seen the Ultimate tier increase in price. As IGN reported, Microsoft has hiked the price of Ultimate from $19 a month to $30 a month, while renaming and upgrading the other tiers. As part of the justification for the price rise, Microsoft added the Ubisoft Plus Classics for the first time ever to Ultimate, and the games that are part of the subscription are now a part of Ultimate. On top of that, Warner Brothers' smash hit Hogwarts Legacy is now available across Ultimate and the new Premium tier, which replaces Standard, but it's not in the new Essential tier, which replaces Core. Premium gets more than 40 new games available today, including Blizzard's action role-playing game Diablo 4 and the aforementioned Hogwarts Legacy. Microsoft said Premium gets new Xbox-published games within a year of their launch, but interestingly, that excludes the Call of Duty titles. So don't expect to play Black Ops 7 day one as a Premium subscriber when it comes out in November. Essential, meanwhile, is a curated catalog of over 50 games playable on both console and PC. The Essential library is now fully playable on PC, featuring games like Hades, City Skylines Remastered, Stardew Valley, and Warhammer 40k Darktide. Okay. Yeah. I might not try out Black Ops 7 on Game Pass after all. I honestly can't say I blame you. Well, damn, they're not even putting it on Game Pass. Instant no. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? Is the problem with Game Pass is that it's not good for developers. It just, unfortunately, it's not. It's not good for developers. Carnage said it best because he's been in quite a few games. He's part of the developer process when it comes to at least one game in particular, because he's part of a development company. And he said it best. He said, if you have a game and you think it's going to be a smash hit, don't put it on Game Pass. If you have a game and you're not entirely sure if anybody is actually going to play it, or whether you're not confident enough in the product that you are going to put out, then put it on Game Pass. And I'm assuming, because he didn't go into much detail, but I'm assuming the reason why is because Game Pass takes a cut. Right? So they work out a deal with Game Pass and everything like that, and that's all well and fine, but Game Pass still has to get paid. Especially considering they're the ones that are providing the servers for all the cloud play and all that good stuff anyway. So especially if you have like a brand new game that is like day one Game Pass, unless you know it's going to top $1 billion, even though you put it on Game Pass, it at this point it almost makes no sense to have like a massive AAA title that's going to come out day one on Game Pass. But Microsoft still does it because they don't know how business actually works. You know? I understand it, but since Xbox always put their first-party titles on Game Pass, they know what they are doing by not putting COD. Well, yeah, because they want COD to sit there and compete directly with Battlefield 6. So what they're doing is they're trying to give Call of Duty Black Ops 7 as much of a fair chance as they possibly can. That's kind of one of those things, right? They think they have the winning ticket when it comes to military FPS games, and I think they're going to be greatly surprised this time around, and not in a good way for them. But they're trying to give it every chance that they possibly can. All games that go into Game Pass do not meet their sales expectations. Well, I mean, think about it this way, right? It's not all games, because the problem is, look at Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones is a fantastic game. It's easily a 9 out of 10. And I haven't played the DLC yet, but I guarantee it's just as good. That was day one on Game Pass. So how is it that it did not meet the sales expectations when it went on sale on Steam and arrived on Game Pass at exactly the same time? Same thing happens with Call of Duty. Same thing happens with all the other stuff that is like, oh yeah, this is going to be day one Game Pass. It's not that. It's quite literally that they're not confident in the game itself doing as much money as they want it to. So instead, they're going to try and make money another way off the back end. That's kind of the issue. But again, Battlefield's back, baby, right? So why would you handicap your latest Call of Duty game by automatically putting it on Game Pass? Because Game Pass is a completely separate entity from direct sales. So if you take Call of Duty and you put it on game, or you take Black Ops 7, you put it on Game Pass, right? That's not going to factor into how many sales overall you've gotten. Why? Because you're not actually selling it. People are basically just renting it for a subscription every single month. So they're not actually really buying it. They can sit there and they can tout however many players they want, and that's all well and fine, because that all gets lumped into one massive thing anyway, but it's to look good on a ledger, basically, right? If, for whatever reason, Black Ops 7 outdoes Battlefield 6, they can sit there and they can throw the numbers out there. But if they put it on Game Pass, they can't do that because they just split their fan base. That's why they ended up cutting jobs in machine games. They did not come up short. It just didn't sell like COD. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And it's sad because, again, the problem is that Indiana Jones was fantastic. I loved Indiana Jones. I thought it was great. But as much as I enjoyed being able to play it on Game Pass, I also know that Game Pass is not very good financially for developers. It isn't. So it's like, congratulations, you now have a job where you get to make something that you've always wanted to make and that everybody universally loves. And then 6 months afterwards, you're getting fired because even though it did really, really well and everybody else loved it just as much as you do, well, we handicapped it for you, and because of that, it didn't sell very well, so you're getting canned. Like, how unfair is that? You know what I mean? Fafo, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? It really, really sucks. I mean, it's not that Game Pass is a bad idea. It's just the business practices are not healthy for developers. I'm not seeing a negative thing about Indiana Jones. It is just that Xbox has incredibly high expectations of their game. Take, for example, Perfect Dark. It could have easily been sold, but again, not like COD, so they scrapped the thing since MGS and the Bond game were announced. Right, but there's a very, very big difference, right? The difference is that in the article that we read yesterday, the reason that they shit-canned Perfect Dark wasn't because they didn't think it was going to do well. It's because Perfect Dark, when they started to make it, had plans to be literally the only secret agent game that was still going to be in existence. So automatically you'd have the MGS fans, you'd have the James Bond fans, you'd have the Hitman fans, you'd have the Splinter Cell fans, you'd have the Siphon Filter fans, you'd have the Mission Impossible fans, you'd have all of them come to Perfect Dark, right? But by the time Perfect Dark actually started to show, okay, here's a vertical slice of everything that you're going to see in the game, by that point, Metal Gear Solid Delta had already been announced, which is one of the biggest games in video game history. You also have a new 007 game, which not only partially reboots the franchise, but is the last 007 experience to actually be, it's actually the last 007 experience to be blessed by the Broccoli estate. So it's simultaneously, it's like a bittersweet thing, but it's simultaneously rebooting the franchise, and Albert R. Broccoli's estate is giving the go-ahead and its blessing for it, which is huge. If you're trying to be the only one that has a secret agent video game, and then all of a sudden two of the biggest things that could possibly happen in video game history have just happened, and unfortunately, it also lands in your niche. I'm not saying it's right, because I still think it would have done really, really well, but that apparently was their justification to shit-can Perfect Dark altogether. I see what you mean. Maybe Perfect Dark didn't offer anything new to shine through. It may not even necessarily have been that it didn't have anything new to shine through. It's just, if I say, okay, give me iconic secret agents, right? You're going to give me 007. You're going to give me Naked Snake. You're going to give me Solid Snake. You might even give me Venom Snake. Right? You're going to give me Agent 47. You're going to give me Ethan Hunt. You're going to give me Sam Fisher. Like, all of these, Perfect Dark has always kind of been treated like the bastard stepchild of secret agents. Even though Joanna Dark is great, don't get me wrong, she's always been treated by whoever the hell owns her at the time. She's always been treated as the bastard stepchild who kind of gets left out of everything. And that's kind of a bummer, because the Perfect Dark games previous to what we were going to get, all were actually pretty good from what I understand. I only played the first one, but it was still a lot of fun. So that's cool, but again, you have like, when you're in that category and literally everybody else in that category is such a titan compared to what you are, it's kind of a tough sell. I don't agree with it. I think it still would have done really, really well, but I can kind of see where they're coming from, even though I think it's a really pussy move. You know what I mean? Or here's another one. Here's another, like, holy shit, how could I forget him? J.C. Denton. Deus Ex. One of the most beloved video games of the early 2000s. I mean, how can Joanna Dark compete with J.C. Denton? Right? Spoilers, she can't. Or the protagonist that ended up in Human Revolution, Deus Ex Human Revolution. Same thing. You can't compete with that, right? I noticed that Xbox jerks off the Joanna Dark IP, but they treat the IP as an island. Yeah. It doesn't. It's in a really, really, really weird place, and it sucks, because Joanna Dark is a great character, and when you're playing the games, you're really locked in, and that's awesome. But yeah, she's always kind of been treated as just like the bastard stepchild, which really, really, really sucks. So I understand it, but again, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it at all. I think they did a massive disservice to that genre as a whole by canning the new Perfect Dark. I really do. So much Perfect Dark has some good, so much that Perfect Dark has some good crossover potential. They do have good crossover potential. I mean, think about it this way, right? It sounds really stupid, but Hitman just released in World of Assassination, they just released a thing with Bruce Lee, right? So there's definitely room for Joanna Dark and Agent 47 to have some sort of crossover thing. Absolutely there is. Maybe not Joanna Dark and James Bond because of the time frames in which they're set in, but Hitman's always been one of those things where it's kind of open to whatever, right? So it's not that big of a deal, and let's be fair, it'd be cool to see, another secret agent or something like that in there. So there is definitely crossover potential, but it's just that they keep just treating her like her own special thing. And when you're betting on the fact that literally everything else is dead, and you're going to revive the franchise, and then literally the companies that have the names that are infinitely bigger than yours turn around and say, "Oh, hey, by the way, we're bringing back these franchises. You've kind of fucked yourself." You know what I mean? Like, if that was what you were going for, you already failed before you made the game. And that's kind of a bummer, but me personally, I still would have been like, well, fuck it. Hey, the pressure's off now. We can just have fun with it. We can take this and go anywhere we want now. Pressure's off. We're not sitting there trying to compete for top spots, so let's just have a blast. You know? Okay, so here's the full list available today. So for the Ultimate, you got Hogwarts Legacy, Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered, Black Flag, Freedom Cry, Brotherhood, China. So Assassin's Creed Chronicles China, India, and Russia. I've never seen those. Liberation HD, Revelations, Rogue Remastered, Syndicate, the Ezio Collection, and Unity. Then you have Child of Light, Far Cry 3. Then you have Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, Far Cry Primal, Hungry Shark World, Monopoly Madness, Monopoly 2024, Oddballers, Prince of Persia The Lost Crown, Rabbids Invasion, the interactive TV show, Rabbids Party of Legends, Rayman Legends, Risk Urban Assault, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, the game, Skull and Bones, South Park Stick of Truth, Starlink Battle for Atlas, Steep, The Crew 2, The Settlers New Allies, Ghost Recon Breakpoint, Rainbow Six Extraction, The Division, Trackmania Turbo, Transference, Trials Fusion, Trials of the Blood Dragon, Trials Rising, Uno, Valiant Hearts, The Great War, Watch Dogs, Wheel of Fortune, and Zombie. And then you have a bunch of others that are still going to basically be where they've generally been the entire time. Hell yeah, where do I sign? Well, unfortunately, for the Ultimate tier now, because they've redone the tiers, it's going to cost you $30 a month. Which is kind of a big slap in the dick hole. Really, really, really big slap in the dick hole. To a lot of people. Right? But, unfortunately, the news also doesn't get much better when it comes to Xbox. Because, here we go. Xbox ROG Ally prices revealed. Pre-orders are now live. Microsoft and Asus have revealed the price points for their two models of the handheld PC, the Xbox ROG Ally, and unsurprisingly, they're not cheap. The ROG Ally was revealed in June during the Xbox Game Showcase and is an Xbox-branded model of Asus's Steam Deck competitor, the ROG Ally. The device's primary selling point is the ability to run Xbox games and apps natively, including those from Game Pass, allowing players to access their Xbox software library on the go. Powered by Windows 11, the ROG Ally can also run other platforms such as Steam, Battle.net, and GOG. Okay. Launching on October 16th, pre-orders are now live in 38 countries for the two models, the ROG Ally and the more powerful ROG Ally X. Here's what they cost. The ROG Ally, 512 gigs, is $600. The ROG Ally X, which is 1 terabyte, is $1,000. It's $1,000 for a handheld system. For a handheld, it does not cost as much as I thought. All handheld PCs cost this much or even more expensive. I don't think the Switch 2 costs $1,000. Let's see. Price for the Switch 2. $450 console. It's under $500. Right? Now, if I do, let's just try Steam Deck. Steam Deck price. I don't know what the Steam Deck costs. 64 gig brand new is $375, $600 on eBay, $450 on Newegg. Steam Deck price $399 to $649. Right? So it's expensive. I mean, it's definitely expensive for sure. Well, that's what I mean. Compared to other handheld PCs, what is Steam Deck, right? The only other thing that compares to this is quite literally the Asus ROG handheld. So if I do Asus ROG handheld, right? The ROG Ally X, yeah, that's fine. ROG Ally gaming console is $649. The ROG Ally, that's the regular one, is $600. That's ROG Ally handheld gaming, $629. Asus ROG Ally handheld system, $235, but that's pre-owned. So they're kind of all over the place. But then you have the ROG Ally X7 inch 1080p gaming handheld at $1,900, which is fucking insane. The hardware is not out, and the PlayStation 1 isn't actually a handheld. That's I know what you're talking about. I'll bring it up, but it's not actually a handheld. It's called the PlayStation Portal. Hang on, let me do it this way. It's called the PlayStation Portal, okay? But you have to have a PlayStation 5 in order to use this. It's basically just a controller with a smaller TV inside of it. So you can't just take this and play it wherever you want. You have to have your PS5 turned on. This connects to your PS5, and then you can play with it. That's how it works. So this isn't actually a true portable gaming console. This is just an accessory for the PS5. Yeah, which, and again, you're not the only one who's made that mistake. For the longest time, a lot of people thought this was going to be PlayStation's answer to the Switch, but it's not. It literally, you still have to have the entire PS5 console, and then this is, honestly, it's just a bigger controller with a screen in it. Steam Deck sells at that price because it will sell Steam games. Other PC handheld manufacturers sell the handheld with a big price because they got nothing else going for them. Right, but the difference is that this is the whole thing, and the reason why this is such a big deal, okay, is because the Xbox ROG Ally, regardless of which one you're going with, can connect to Game Pass, Steam, GOG, Battle.net, EA, Ubisoft Plus, and basically any other third-party thing. Oh, and Steam, and any other third-party thing you could possibly think of. So long as you're able to connect to the internet, you can just go on to whichever one you want, download the stuff from your library, and just play it right there. So literally, this is probably the closest thing you're going to get because of everything that it offers and allows you to connect to. This is probably the closest that we're ever going to get to an actual handheld gaming PC. Why 1,000? Well, that's the reason why, right? So if you look at the Steam Deck, it only connects to Steam, right? It may connect to a couple of other things here and there, but generally speaking, it's only made for Steam. With others, there may only be a few that they can connect to. The Xbox ROG Ally can connect to literally everything, right? So again, it's going to be able to connect to Microsoft for all your Microsoft games, Game Pass for all the stuff on Game Pass, Steam for your Steam library, GOG for your GOG library, Battle.net for all your Call of Duty and all your World of Warcraft and all your regular Warcraft and all your Overwatch. EA for all your Battlefield, for all that good stuff. Ubisoft Plus, so you can connect and play it with and play all the Assassin's Creed stuff, Star Wars Outlaws, Assassin's Creed Shadows, like all that stuff. Like, I'm not even kidding. You can play a shit ton on something that is basically a little bit bigger than a Switch. Right? So it's literally a universal gaming console. They don't need to make games specifically for this like the PlayStation 5 or the Xbox Series X and S do. They're just going, here's a gaming console. You can play literally anything and everything you want. You see what I mean? So that's why I'm not happy with the price whatsoever, but I guarantee that's one of the really, really, really big reasons as to why they did that, for sure. They bumped up the price for medium and rich people. Yeah, no less fortunate person has a bajillion games on all 4 platforms. I mean, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised because it's not just, oh, well, I'm going to play Battlefield 6 on Steam and that's all I'm going to play, right? We're also talking over years and years and years, right? So the difference is, well, I have a Steam account, right? I can hook up my Steam account. Now I have access to over 500 games that I currently own, right? I've got games through GOG, so I can just download those and play all those on GOG. And this isn't like I went out and bought them all last month. This is over years and years and years. Same thing with EA. Do I touch Ubisoft Plus? No. But if I did, assuming it's going to stay around for a while, there's no reason why maybe in the future I don't have a Ubisoft Plus account. It allows you to literally play anything and everything that you've played over the years. Both the Steam Deck and ROG Ally got their own software. You can also use Windows on a Steam Deck, but since it comes preloaded with Steam OS, it's expected that people will go to Steam route. Xbox does not expect all users to go straight into their storefront, since it can download from anywhere else. Basically, they do not want to gamble Xbox sales. They want to gain straight from the get-go. Yes, exactly. Yeah, they're not picking favorites, so they're not locking out people who can afford to have 100 games on all those platforms. Well, yeah, and that's kind of the biggest thing, right? If I went out and I got a Steam Deck, I'm only able to play stuff on Steam. Is that a bad thing? No. But I'm only able to play stuff on Steam because, again, it comes with Steam OS. It makes sense. Why would I sit there and fuck with it if I don't have to? ROG has its own software and crap like that where you can connect to a few things, but Microsoft comes in and they say, hey, let's make it available to anybody who wants to deal with us. There's nothing stating, by the way, that in the future you will not be able to play PlayStation game, there's nothing stating in the future you won't be able to play PlayStation games on your Xbox ROG Ally. Because remember, PlayStation Plus is a thing. So who's to say, even right now, because it's powered by Windows 11, that you can't download the PlayStation Plus app for the PC and play it that way? Especially considering that PlayStation Plus does recognize Xbox controllers. You know what I mean? So it's offering a crap ton. I don't agree with the price. I don't like that there's $1,000 price tag on it. I really, really don't. I think that's overkill. But that was probably one of the sticking points as to pricing, for sure. When I get a bajillion rich folk buying them just to play The Sims 2, 3, 4, just Overwatch, and why? Because it's new in the rich people market. Well, I mean, that's probably part of it, yeah. But again, you can play literally anything, right? You don't necessarily need to have stuff on Steam. If you, think of it this way. if you're not somebody who spent thousands of dollars on Steam and you only have a couple of games, it still benefits you if you want a handheld gaming console to connect your Steam account to it. And if you're already paying for Game Pass, if you're already paying for Ubisoft Connect, and you may have a couple of games on GOG, I mean, shit, you've already got more than enough games that you're probably not going to finish before your life is up. You know what I mean? That's kind of just how it is. So, again, they do offer a lot. I don't agree with the price, and I'm definitely not happy with it. But, and what's really, really sad is this is base. Base for the Ally X is $1,000. I can't think of any other console when it first came out that was over $1,000 that wasn't being gouged by scalpers. So that's a really, really, really high number. That's a really high number. Rich people will generally buy one super expensive thing to play one good thing, while medium income people will go for it being expensive, but not out of reach, but also universal platform. Yeah, no, that's true. That is true, but yeah. So it's in an odd spot for sure. These premium prices were to be expected, especially since the standard ROG allies are generally quite expensive, which we just saw. But the sticker price may sting from potential Xbox converts, still reeling from Microsoft's recent announcement of a second price increase to its Xbox Series consoles starting next week. We covered that last week, by the way, with Costco getting rid of their Xbox stuff altogether. Xbox and Asus likely knew it would have to bite the bullet, as well as they seemingly withheld revealing the price for as long as possible while eyeing the economy to determine the appropriate pricing. It'll be interesting to see how many players will be willing to shell out that kind of money for a ROG Ally, given the rising prices of video game hardware across the board going into the holiday season. Fair. If you're looking to buy an Xbox ROG Ally but can't decide between the two models, you can read more about the specs of each version here, which we will do. Because fuck it, why not? So, the regular ROG Ally, just the Xbox ROG Ally, is 16 gigs of RAM, 512 gigs. The X is 24 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte of storage. You'll probably skip this one. I mean, honestly, I don't blame you. $1,000 is I don't care how rich anybody is. That's not just peanuts. You know what I mean? I mean, it looks cool, don't get me wrong, but it's $1,000 price tag. That's ouch. That one kind of hurts. For sure, but also remember how bratty people can be. People's brains say, I want the thing now, not I'll wait for it to be secondhand. That's true. I got a Steam Deck and a PS Portal. Again, that's totally fair. The biggest thing for this is that it runs on Windows 11. So you're not relegated to doing only Steam or only PS Plus. You can do Microsoft Store, you can do Game Pass, you can do Steam, you can do Ubisoft Plus, you can do EA, you can do GOG, you can do PS Plus, you can do basically anything that is already out there. And that's kind of the big selling point, which I understand, but I still really don't agree with the price. I think that's way too much. Way, way, way too much. And that might just be me, but yeah. So basically, again, and here's the other thing too. This is $600, right? 512 gigs of storage space, 16 gigs of RAM. Not terrible for a little guy, right? But it's $600. Now, double both of those and you're up to $1,000. If you were to double the price, you'd be looking at $1,200. So their way of thinking is, well, we're only putting it at $1,000, so that means that you're getting a deal. That's their whole thing. Personally, I think this is great because it'll make existing PC handhelds cheaper. No, it won't, sadly. Sadly, it will not. If it was made by any other company, it'd be cheaper probably. Oh, other than Asus? Yeah, probably. But I haven't bought Asus anything in quite a while. I know for a few years things were rough for them. But from what I understand, they're still top. They're still some of the top dogs right now, so it is what it is. It's a bummer. It's a bummer that they're raising their prices for Game Pass and that we're looking at $1,000 console, and that's before scalpers. But, you know, it is what it is, sadly. Next up, Amnesia devs tease next creepy title with Hotel Samsara. Frictional Games, the team behind horror hits like Soma, which was, in my opinion, a snore fest, and Amnesia, didn't show up at this year's Horror Game Awards Halloween showcase, but it's kicking spooky season off with a brand new reveal. Working with Kepler Interactive, the studio released a creepy teaser for a new project called Hotel Samsara. The short video features mysterious shots of an eerie, empty hotel accompanied by strange chanting in the background, ending with a voice saying something new. Along with the teaser, a website went live that looks like it's promoting a fancy investment opportunity. It promises a luxury experience and even includes fake reviews, but fans quickly realized this wasn't just a normal game announcement, it was a state-of-the-art hidden puzzle. It's been pointed out that one paragraph had certain bolded letters. When put together, the letters spelled out steganog, which might be short for steganography, hiding secret messages inside normal text or images. After signing up for email updates, users received strange messages with hidden phrases like followers of _. These clues sparked a full-blown mystery, with fans delving into the website, emails, and even old game files to uncover answers. Many believe this new project could be connected to Soma or possibly a brand new horror story. As the community solved clue after clue, Frictional Games posted a thank you message along with the teaser. We really wanted to try and create something fun to show you a bit of what we've been working on, it said. What we didn't expect is just how much you would impress us with your ability to all come together as a community and work with each other to solve everything we threw at you. The studio even admitted it had to make the puzzles harder once it saw how quickly fans were solving them. Frictional also said how much fun they had watching the community come together, not just to solve puzzles, but also to create jokes, memes, and theories. It's been a pleasure waking up excited every morning to check the Discord and seeing which rabbit holes you ended up falling into, it continued. While we still don't know exactly what Hotel Samsara is, one thing is clear. Frictional has once again captured fans' attention with their unique mix of mystery, horror, and storytelling. Whether this turns out to be Soma 2 or something completely different, the hype has already begun. And here is the trailer. No, it's not abandoned. No.
No selves.
Interesting. Very interesting, but I'm not sure what it is supposed to be. Basically, what you're saying, this is something is saying. Wait, so basically, what this is saying is some people have way too much time on their hands? No, not at all. There are people who, instead of playing video games, they like figuring out ARG puzzles. That's just what they do, right? You know, you guys sit here and watch stream. There are hundreds of thousands of people that I guarantee are passing their time on Reddit, just doing that. Right, steganography is huge. There's a bunch of other like code cracking stuff on Reddit and so on, and that's what they do. They don't care if it's for a video game. They don't care if it's for an ARG, you know, whatever. So I might abandon some brain cells if it is. I mean, that's fair. And I mean, here's the thing. To be fair, right? There are very few ARGs that also get it right. And that's kind of the big thing. Like, I remember, and this was a couple of years ago, we were looking up stuff to see if there were any, like, new ARGs that may, like, catch our eye or something like that. Maybe stuff we could figure out. And literally, there's this one fucking idiot on Reddit, and they went, hey, guys, so I'm starting a new ARG, and I really feel like I need some feedback. Could you give me some feedback on this video? And it's like, okay, but you just come out and said you were doing an ARG, which kind of completely defeats the point of doing an ARG. People are supposed to realize later on that it's an ARG because of something that's in it, and because of all the clues and stuff that you put out. You don't tell everybody, hi, I'm making an ARG. You know what I mean? It's like, meanwhile, you have stuff like Marble Hornets, right? And Marble Hornets was a masterpiece when it came to ARGs and stuff like that. You had a bunch of other Slenderman ones that were really good for it. You also had, I think it was called Where Did the Sun Go?, which was another really interesting one. You had, Noctis, which was another really good one. You've had a bunch of really good ARGs over the years, but you've also had thousands of others that stank. They were awful, right? So I can understand the whole ARG thing for sure. I was sucked into the Marble Hornets ARG for a long time, especially when they started doing the crossover stuff with Everyman Hybrid and a couple of the others, and it was just like, holy shit, you know what I mean? My hashtag feels ARGs are sick psychologically, mostly for spoiled. Oh god. So yeah, so that's what they're cooking up. Now, here's an interesting one for all you Witcher fans. I've never referenced any Witcher, Gryffindors, or Slytherins again. The Witcher author says the game's schools are completely unnecessary. Uh-oh. This might piss some people off. The author of the Witcher series of books says the Witcher schools in the video game adaptations are a completely unnecessary addition based on a single narratively incorrect line from the first book. In an AMA session held on Reddit's fantasy page, Andrei Sapkowski invited fans of the books to ask him questions about them. One user asked him how he felt about the fact that the video game series added numerous Witcher schools that weren't in the books, and whether he planned to add new schools in future books to address this. In the games, there are 7 Witcher schools: the School of the Wolf, Cat, Griffin, Bear, Viper, Manticore, and Crane, of which protagonist Geralt is in the School of the Wolf. Each Witcher has a medallion which represents which school they come from. However, according to Sapkowski, these schools are nothing to do with his books, and he doesn't understand why the games have developed what was originally a throwaway line to such an extent. The issue of Witcher schools requires, I apologize, a longer explanation, he wrote. A single sentence about some School of the Wolf mysteriously made its way into the first Witcher short story collection, The Last Wish. I later deemed it unworthy of development and narratively incorrect, even detrimental to the plot. Therefore, later I never included or referenced any Witcher, Gryffindors, or Slytherins again. Never. However, once that one sentence was enough, adapters, particularly video game people, have clung to the idea with remarkable tenacity and have wonderfully multiplied these Witcher schools, completely unnecessary. Sapkowski said he was currently undecided on how to address the topic of Witcher schools in the future, whether that involves removing the previous School of the Wolf reference entirely, or giving more information on the Witcher medallions and what they actually mean, rather than their wearer's designated school. I'm still uncertain about what to do with this situation, he said. Perhaps taking the path of the least resistance, I'll erase the sentence about the school from future editions of The Last Wish. Or maybe I'll want to expand and clarify the matter somehow in subsequent books. Perhaps I'll shed some light on the issue of Witcher medallions, whether their significance and their connection to specific individuals. There are many possibilities, and the sky is the limit. Well, we don't know, because it's not really a retcon. That's kind of the whole thing. right? It's not a retcon. It was a mistranslated line, and for whatever reason, the video game developers took it and ran with it. So it's not really a retcon because it was never supposed to be there in the first place. And that's kind of the problem. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I had to move my fan. But yeah, it was never really supposed to be there in the first place, and it was, from what he's saying, basically a mistranslated throwaway line anyway. He never explained it. He never wanted to explain it. It wasn't something that was supposed to be in there in the first place. It was a line in his book that was mistranslated. And the video game developers took it and ran with it and added all these other fucking schools. That's it. It's literally something probably along the lines of, Geralt from the School of the Wolf, and it was probably something as innocuous as that. And then for whatever reason, they came out with all the other Witcher schools, which weren't a part of the Witcher books whatsoever. Please make them better than how Elder Scrolls treats schools of magic, for the love of God. Oh, boy. The first trailer for The Witcher 4 was shown at the Game Awards in December 2024, revealing the game will follow Ciri, last seen in The Witcher 3. In an interview with VGC, narrative director Philip Weber said he knew the decision to change the series' protagonist would be controversial with some fans, and that the team wants to prove it was the correct choice for the game. Again, I don't think it's a bad thing. I like Ciri. I really like Ciri. But yeah, so that's kind of interesting that this whole Witcher school thing has absolutely nothing to do with the original books whatsoever. So again, this brings us back to canon. Right? You remember how there were people when I was playing Witcher 3 who were like, well, the books are the true canon and this, that, and the other thing. But then they completely gloss over the fact that there are fucking schools in Witcher. They completely gloss over it and they go, well, I mean, Witcher 3 isn't canon. Only Witcher 1 and 2 are canon. And it's like, okay, but what is canon? If the writer is coming out and literally saying the schools were never part of what was originally written, and it's a mistranslation, and you're taking it as gospel, then obviously you are not adhering to canon, as far as the writer is concerned. You see what I mean? Like, it's a really, really, weird thing. Especially for Witcher. Like, Witcher is kind of its own worst enemy at this point. Because the problem is now not only do you have the writer who's going against what the video games are, but you have a bunch of people who sit there and go, well, only the first 2 out of the 3 games are canon. Okay, well, prove it. How can you prove that only the first 2 are canon when the whole concept of the schools was literally done by video game developers and not by the fucking author? How can you prove it? And then you have the Witcher series, which goes off in completely other directions for no reason. And some people are like, oh, this is amazing. This should be canon, or parts of it are canon and parts of it aren't, or this isn't canon whatsoever. And it's like, so you've got at least 4 or 5 different audiences for the same IP that have absolutely no fucking idea what they're talking about. And that's kind of sad. Oh. You know what I mean? Like, it's really, really, really kind of sad. And I feel bad for them because it's also not their fault. This really is a clear case of somebody fucked with the IP, and now everybody is left guessing as to what is actually canon and what isn't. So the problem is that everybody's right, but everybody is also very, very wrong when it comes to canon, because there's no way you can be 100% right. You literally can't. The games are so vastly different now from the books compared to what the books wanted to focus on. But even the author of the books is like, yeah, so what? Ciri's awesome. Fuck off. You know what I mean? And that's fine. But then there are a ton of people going, no, we want Geralt back. Ciri's a bitch. Ciri doesn't deserve her own game. And then you got other people who are going, well, 1 and 2 are the only true Witcher games. 3 isn't canon whatsoever. Meanwhile, the author literally just came out and said, no, there's a massive part of those games that aren't canon, and it was mistranslated from the book, and it was 1 sentence. Fuck's wrong with you people? You know what I mean? So it's really... This is honestly why I can't stand adaptations sometimes. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. It's a really, like, crappy thing. It's a really, really crappy thing. Because I like The Witcher 3. I really like The Witcher 3. I think it's a lot of fun, right? But you have people come in and go, well, only 1 and 2 are canon. Well, okay, but if only 1 or 2 are canon, why isn't 3 canon? And then they give some answer about the books, and it's like, okay, but the author literally said he doesn't have a problem with Witcher 3 whatsoever. So if he doesn't have a problem with it being canon, then why don't you consider it canon as well? And now he's telling us that the schools are complete bullshit and were never in his original books. So why are you complaining? Not to mention, why are you complaining about Ciri? Ciri's gorgeous. And she's really badass. Who cares? So yeah, and then again, you have the Witcher series, and it's like, you have what's his name, who was Geralt for a while. Can't remember his name for the life of me right now off the top of my head, even though I should, because he's a big Warhammer fan. Can't remember he played Superman, we all know him. But yeah, he was Geralt initially, and then he left, so now they're coming back with a new season, but it doesn't really matter, because since last season, it really hasn't been The Witcher. It should just be renamed to Yennefer and Ciri, and, like, all this other shit, and it's like, okay, well, what is canon at this point? You know what I mean? I don't worry about that sort of thing. I decide for myself what's canon in a fictional universe, just pick and choose. Also, hi. Sober, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Adaptations are always someone else's interpretation of the original work and assuming what was in their mind instead of just going on what is there. No, I completely agree with you. Look at Game of Thrones. We talked about Game of Thrones, I think, last night a little bit, right? Game of Thrones is so far departed from the books after you get about a third of the way in to the series, that it goes off and it does its own thing. Now, I'm not saying that that's necessarily bad, because up until the very last couple of episodes, it was actually some of the best TV that we've ever had, but then it turned into both the best and the worst thing in TV history. And again, that's because of interpretation, and a bunch of other factors and so on. So what's going to happen? Now you have Game of Thrones spin-off video games, which are based on the series Game of Thrones, but not based off of A Song of Ice and Fire. Right? So there may be some characters that are left out entirely. There may be some characters that are introduced but are completely different. And like, there are a million different things, and now you have 2 completely separate IPs that occupy the same space, and everybody gets confused. And it's rough. It's really, really rough. So I don't get it, personally. I don't understand it. But yeah. It's easy. People do not like Ciri because she is woke DEI strong female protagonist. Personally, I do not want the shrooms they took to get to that conclusion. I mean, here's the thing, right? There are instances in which people have been hired specifically to fill a quota, and specifically to fill a political argument. And I'm going to be honest, there are tons of games out there that have political arguments, but it all comes down to writing. Okay. And the problem is that a lot of the time, especially when it comes to newer writers over the last 10 years or so, they actually more like 15, they don't know how to write themselves out of a piss-soaked paper bag. So the problem isn't that it's political. The problem is that the writing is shit. That's the issue, right? So if you have somebody sitting there telling you, okay, well, hey, here's this character, they're transgender, and they don't make a big deal about it. They are just a character who happens to be transgender. Maybe they love women, maybe they love men, maybe they're in a poly relationship, who knows? But it's not dealt with as this big, massive thing. You're more susceptible to sitting there going, okay, you know what? Hey, I like the attitude of this character because you're treating them as a person. Meanwhile, when you have somebody going out of their way to take a character, turn them into a transgender person, put them in a poly relationship, and then every 3.5 seconds shove it in your fucking face, it gets annoying. That's the problem. So because there were so many of what I just explained, the latter, now everybody just sits there and goes, oh, well, it's woke DEI bullshit. You know what I mean? That's, unfortunately, that's how stupid people are. My view as a writer, if you're adapting something, by all means put your spin on it, but don't utterly change it. That's intellectually masturbatory. Of course it is. 100%. From my understanding, Siri being a protagonist is something that happened in the books. Yeah, absolutely. Let me rephrase it. Yes, I am aware of those instances happening, and I do not like it. No, I do not believe this is the situation. We have not seen much of the game, and people are saying it's going to be shit. Give it time. No, I completely agree with you, and I think Witcher 4 is going to be a big hit, and I will definitely be playing it for sure. If they say I want a story where the MC is transgender and don't give a crap about the story, it turns into crap as a whole. No MC or identity can save a shit story. Wholeheartedly agreed. 1,000,000% agreed. If the story sucks and you're just constantly trying to force your own political beliefs blatantly down somebody's throat, people aren't going to want to actually sit there and listen or take part in the story, right? We all love Metal Gear, but we also know that Metal Gear is 1,000% political. Right? 90% of everything in Metal Gear is based off of Hideo Kojima's political takes. But it's because the story is done so well, and because all that stuff is woven into the stories as well as they are, even past Metal Gear with Death Stranding and Death Stranding 2, it's hard not to like them. It's really hard not to like them. But yeah, you have this generation of really shit writers who don't know what the hell they're doing. Hot take, but Veilguard's writers deserve to be fired if the EA buyout leads to that. The industry needs talent, not mediocre. I mean, to be fair, I'd kind of agree with that. I mean, Veilguard is something to analyze. They did that, left, and some of them are in the new Ghost. Like Ghost of Yotei. Well, again, here's the thing, right? We'll use Ghost of Yotei as a perfect example. Erika Ishii is a very outspoken person for LGBTQIA+. That's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. She is who she is. She identifies herself as she does, regardless of what her sexual preferences are and everything else. It doesn't matter. She is her own person. That's great. You also had a developer that was very outspoken against certain political things and was also very outspoken about something which is fucking horrible. Right? I don't care what side you're on. It's a horrible thing. Right? So when you have somebody like Erika Ishii coming out of nowhere, especially after the bullshit that we went through with Wook Lamont in Final Fantasy XIV, and that actor, and then you have Erika Ishii coming out who is militantly LGBTQIA+, and again, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but when you're promoting a product that is not yours, you shut the fuck up. That's what you do. And unfortunately, Erika Ishii didn't, and they caught a lot of flack for it. And unfortunately for the developer, they also caught a lot of flack and were subsequently fired because of their comments revolving around the assassination. Again, both of them are supposed to be the faces of the company promoting a product. So shut the fuck up. No one cares what your personal politics are. If a writer is good enough, they can put personal politics in there and nobody will be the wiser because it'll come out like an allegory. And that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. And it'll make people think a little bit differently. But when the writing is so bad in something like Veilguard to the point where it doesn't make any sense and it's only there to shove it in your fucking face, political stuff aside, I'm sorry, I've seen some of the writing in Veilguard and it's crap. It's absolute crap. Like, here, I'll put it this way, right? I don't know anything about Dragon Age. Okay? I don't know anything about Dragon Age, but there is one point towards the beginning of the game where you have you and your party and you're going through the city that's being attacked. I don't know what the name of the city is. I don't really care. And one way that they could have put the story on, right? One way that they could have presented the story to you is, look at all these empty stalls and everything like that. We could have been here buying apples and, you know, there's supposed to be this festival and so on that's going on, or it was supposed to happen in a couple of days and stuff like that. And now it's giving you a little bit of backstory, right? It's giving you a little bit of world building. But instead, the character who is supposed to say that shit goes, "Where is everybody?" It's so weird to see nobody at their stalls. Yeah, of course nobody's at their stalls, fuckhead. The entire city's on fire. You see what I mean? Just the difference in writing sometimes can do leagues of benefit compared to where it is. You know what I mean? No, you're not late. How you doing, DM? So when are you playing Veilguard? Never. Honestly, never. Because the writing really is that bad. I'm playing Veilguard right now. Legitimately, kids in my secondary school were better. Fanfiction writers are vastly better. Yeah. Graphics 8, gameplay is 6, story and writing is absolutely 1. Yeah. It's awful. I wish... Like, here, I'll show you, right? I'll just do this. So there is a difference between... Look at all these empty stalls. People should be getting... Jesus Christ, I can't spell today. People should be getting ready for the Apple Festival, we'll call it, right? People should be getting ready for the Apple Festival right now, not scurrying about and looking for places to hide while their city burns, right? This is one really, really good way to give exposition, right? This is one really good way to give exposition and tell you, okay, this is where this city was meant to be right now. But because of everything, you don't have people who are getting rid of the Apple Festival. You don't have people who are happy and joyful, and the square is, you know, and the square should be full of people, and everybody should be setting up their own things. This is world building versus what we get, which is, where is everyone? Where the fuck do you think everyone is? They're throwing rocks the size of Volkswagens at you. Of course they're not going to be literally right in the town square setting up their fucking decorations for the Apple Festival. You see the problem? Like, it doesn't make any sense. trying so bad to be, where's everyone going? Bingo. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And they don't get it. They don't get that this is infinitely better because now you're talking about the lack of people, right? With the empty stalls, you're talking about the lack of people in the square and the amazement because you're looking at a comparison of how it is now compared to how it was or how it used to be. You're also giving expository information talking about how people should be getting ready for the Apple Festival, right? Which means that this is typically a joyous time. So now you're world building with this city. Okay, that's really cool. And then to top it all off, you're talking about how people are scurrying about and looking for places to hide while their city burns. So you're telling everybody, okay, instead of people getting ready for the Apple Festival, now everybody's worried about actually just being able to live through the night. That's quite literally a lot for a grand total of 2 sentences. Versus, where is everyone? Meanwhile, fucking meteors are coming down at Mach 30. Where the hell do you think everyone is? You know what I mean? That's the problem. I was watching Game Pass rank. Can you update me on the rest of the stream? Yeah, exactly, right? Use ChatGPT for your resume, and apparently you get to write for a game like this. That's my question. How do you write Veilguard? Some people, being the lead writer, leave and being hired as lead writer to Yote. How? So it's actually really, really simple. It has nothing to do with the type of writing that you've previously done. It typically, and unfortunately this is one of the industries that really, really suffer from this, it typically has to do with, it's not what you know, it's who you know. So if you're really good friends with somebody over at Sucker Punch and you just lost your job because Veilguard didn't go over as well as it might have, or it should have if there was better writing, right? And you got a best friend who's somebody over at Sucker Punch, and go, hey, listen, it's all good. Don't worry about it. I'll talk to my boss. You email me your resume. I'll talk to my boss. We'll get you an interview. That's how easy it is. I'm going to make another hot take here. Trick Weeks, who used to be Patrick Weeks, was an incredible quest and dialogue writer. They did Morden, Jack, etc. in Mass Effect 2, but Weeks now is all about the hardcore LGBT Kool-Aid, and their writing's gone to shit now because it's just that. Well, yeah, and that's the thing, right? Nobody cares if you have political messages in your games. Everybody cares if you're trying to force your political messages blatantly down their throat. That really is the big thing, right? You can have tons of political allegories and stuff like that in your games. Mass Effect had them, Mass Effect 2 had them, not so much Mass Effect 3 because it was wrapping everything up, but you still had tons of allegories in the first 2 games. Star Trek has always had allegories. Star Wars has even always had allegories. Most fantasy stories and novels and video games and books and TV shows and movies have always had allegories. Same thing with sci-fi and so on. But it's when here is person is insert whatever here. This is person's identity. And it's like, okay, but if all you're going to do is take a person and make that their identity, then you only have a one-dimensional character, and that's it. They don't stand for anything other than what has already been established that they stand for, just because of who and what they are. And now they're going on some grand adventure that nobody gives a shit about because it has no pertinence to that person's life whatsoever. You know what I mean? Like that's unfortunately that's the problem. That really is the problem. It's going to bring up Game Pass. I go Microsoft up the prices, added an extra sub, and make certain content only available on a certain sub tier. It's just more confusing to figure out which Game Pass subscription a person would need to play a certain game. You have to dig into it. The extra subs like Ubi and EA are only available on higher tiers when they were previously accessible from old PC Game Pass. Right. Again, the reason they're doing that is because Game Pass is losing money. for developers. So none of the developers are really making anything off Game Pass. I saw a resume, senior writer in Anthem, senior writer in Veilguard, now senior writer in Yote. What the actual fuck? Again, it doesn't matter what you know, it's who you know. That's all it is. Think about it this way. I will tell you a story. There was a boy, and he was really, really, really into making videos with his friends in New York. Okay? He was very into making like his own personal movies and stuff like that with his friends in New York and so on. And this was back in the 70s. And then in the late 80s, Steven Spielberg was actually looking for people to take some of his stuff and actually rewrite them with the possibility of them being turned into movies. And he saw this article that he was in New York at the time, and he was reading the newspaper, and he saw this article about this young boy and his friends making movies because they kind of became like local, heroes for about 15 minutes and so on. And he took a look at some of this kid's work because he was able to get in contact with the family and everything like that. He kind of liked what he saw. He said, you know what, maybe this could be a fresh take on things and that'd be really cool. Okay, awesome. Now this man, by the time he got hired by Steven Spielberg, this man, and he was a man, did a couple of different things, right? Rewrote a few scripts for him and stuff like that. Some things came out great. Others, because of how movies are made and everything, never made it past the cutting room floor and so on. And then he went on to be very successful, and he made himself some TV shows, and people really loved the TV shows. And then he got into making some movies and did a couple of movies by himself, and some of them actually went really good, others not so good. But he was also trying to do the same thing that was done for him by bringing new directors in and bringing new people in and so on. And then he got one really good offer, and he said, yeah, you know what, I'm going to take it. And he made a couple of movies, and the first one was really, really good. And then the second one and the subsequent third didn't do so well. And then he got hired by another big company and went, you know what, I'm going to try and make a go of this. And it turns out one of his friends worked for this really, really big company, right? And his friend that he's known for a very long time, who also knew Steven Spielberg very well, said, hey, how about you come in and you work for us and you can help us out with all these movies and stuff that we want to do. And he goes, okay. And then unfortunately, those movies bombed. And you want to know who that motherfucker is? J.J. Abrams. So again, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And that friend of his, by the way, who also knows Steven Spielberg, Kathleen fucking Kennedy. Again, it's not what you know, it's who you know. On many things myself, identity-wise, do I explore them in politics, in my writing? Of course. But I do write them like neon. Do I write them like neon fucking signs? No, exactly. Yeah. Q lens flare. Yep. I trust Abrams 100% to fuck up a story halfway. Absolutely. Absolutely. But, again, movie making business is like the TV business, is like the video game business. A lot of the time, it's not what you know, it's who you know. That's J.J. Abrams is a perfect example of that. Absolutely perfect example. Let's just hire AIs to make movies. Yeah, that wouldn't go over well. Fun fact, I've never got a single job in my life from resume interview, always from taking a good talk to people in the job. Yes, absolutely. 100%. Again, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Right? So that's how you can have somebody who went from being a writer in Anthem to being a senior writer in Veilguard to now being a senior writer in Ghost of Yote. That's how that happens, because that's exactly what happens. They knew people. Fun fact, oh no, I already read that one. Okay. Yes, chances of getting a job are higher if people know and like you. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. Absolutely. Instead of just coming out of college and going, oh, hey, Hello, sir. I would like job at your story writing place. Or I would like job at video game developer place. Here's my resume. I got all A's. Nobody gives a fuck. There are hundreds of thousands of people just like you. That's why, again, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Life experience, living with parents and going to school. Hire me. Yeah, like, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Here, you know what? Like, half the time, I guarantee, there was a thing a long while ago that I read, and I wish I could remember the name of the article, but it was actually really, really, really good. And it was talking about writers and why script writers hate when somebody goes, hey, I wrote this thing. Can you take a look at it for me? And it's not because everybody's stuff is shit, even though they do get a lot of shit. But it's because they don't know you and because they can't vet you, even if they like the story. And unfortunately, it also puts them in the very uncomfortable position of trying to come up with original ideas later on down the road and then getting sued by some fucking unknown who sent a script in years earlier, and maybe your idea has some parallels to something that you read years prior. And that's why, by the way, when it comes to stories and stuff like that, you see a lot of the same generic stuff. Because there are really creative people and there are really, really good ideas and so on. The problem is that these writers have also been through the gauntlet of getting shit on, of being told no, of being told you suck, or telling to never quit their day jobs, or to become something else, or that they'll never make it in the industry, and so on. And they've honed their craft and they've revised it time and time and time again to get to where they are, and they went through the proper channels and all this shit. And I'm talking about some of the old guys, right? Where actually handing in a resume actually meant something. And even some of the new people, they still have to do that, right? Because they don't know anybody in the industry. So they have to work just as hard as the original old school writers did to get into the movie business or to get into the TV business and so on. So when literally somebody just walks up to you out of the blue and says, hey, I have this script, you know, you think maybe you could take a look? And they're like, no, fuck off. And it's not because they want you to sit there and suffer like they did. They don't want you to suffer, but what they want you to do is realize that there are specific ways that things have to be done, and they're trying to save you a world full of hurt, because one of the worst things that could ever happen to a writer, and I'm sure Sober, you know this, one of the worst things that could ever happen to somebody who's trying to be a writer or is an aspiring writer or is a writer who's just starting to get their foot into the professional world is to hand somebody a script or hand somebody a manuscript, and then all of a sudden that person comes back and they are so brutally honest that you want to suffocate yourself. That is the worst thing that could ever happen. And those writers, by the way, have to be brutally honest because they don't have time to beat around the bush. So if something sucks, they're going to tell you flat out, no, this is complete dog shit. Why is this complete dog shit? I've circled and highlighted everything that's wrong. Read it at your leisure. I'm not going to sit here and fucking tell you everything and go into this, 20-minute diatribe because we've got hundreds of millions of dollars on the line and you want me to fuck with your horse shit? Fuck off. That's how brutally honest they'll be. I believe it used to be a thing where a new screenwriter could submit a TV script and may have a chance to have the episode made. Possibly, yes. It used to be a thing, but unfortunately not anymore. I do not critique others' work without saying at least 5 times, I will be harsh, you will be hurt, you will be angry, do you still want this? It never goes well. Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't matter whether it's writers, developers, directors, producers, anybody when it comes to entertainment, movies, TV shows, books, video games, comics, whatever, right? A lot of the time, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And especially for writers too. Writers have the very, 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 especially when you're up there in Hollywood and all these other places, writers have the very unenviable job of literally sitting there and telling everybody your ideas are dog shit. Your ideas suck. They're fucking horrible. They are terrible. You should never be a writer. Even the good ideas at best are written like a fucking fifth grader who just snorted goddamn who knows how many pixie sticks. Right? And they're telling you this not because they want to sit there and be mean, but because they don't have time to deal with your horse shit, just like they don't have time to deal with the hundreds of thousands of other people's horse shit that they do every single day who have gone through the proper channels and still suck. They just don't have the time. So they're just going to be honest and they're going to tell you blatantly, no, your stuff is awful. Consider doing whatever the hell it is you do for work permanently. I believe some TNG writers were unknowns that had their script made or they were hired to be a writer. Well, they were hired to be writers, but that's also because a lot of the time they might have known somebody. So again, TNG isn't inescapable from that either. Sure, there are always going to be exceptions to the rule, right? The guy who wrote Rogue One, not only did he write Rogue One, he also became the director of Rogue One. And he was just a fan, but the script was so good and Disney was in such a financial strait because the movies that they had released previously for Star Wars had bombed so heavily, they needed something, right? The fans went to see it. It was a commercial success, but that didn't mean anybody liked it. And there were less fans going to see the next movie, so they needed something. So there's one exception. There were some writers when it came to the original series and TNG, and I believe maybe even DS9 here and there, that might have submitted a script and it just so happened to work really, really well in an existing IP, and they were able to take it and run with it, and that's all well and fine. But again, those are all exceptions to the rule. If you cannot tolerate soul-crushing critique, you can never be a creator of any form, honestly. When I learned the trade, you were dragged over hot coals, shredded, and we lost a few from each course because their ego couldn't handle it. My most beloved work has been torn to absolute ribbons. My response, listen. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's very, very cutthroat. Very cutthroat. All right. Next, and then we're going to get into a little bit of a spoopy convo, and then we'll do some more lawyering after that. Too many high-profile writers in high-profile positions in 2025 have not ever been told their work is shit, and it shows. I wholeheartedly agree. 1,000%. I used to be a creative writing major. One thing I learned was writers' workshops are a complete waste of time. Most people will either say students' work is good or bad, not helpful. Maybe a few people will provide grammar or spelling suggestions. Otherwise, writers' groups are just social outlets, not really helpful to improve. True. And the article that I read specifically talked about, hey, listen, you really want experience? Go through the proper channels. Because there are hundreds, if not thousands of people, before it even gets to people like me, who are actually going to be able to tell you why this doesn't work. And if you listen to what they have to say in terms of why this doesn't work, why this is not something that's going to make it to TV, why this is something that won't be a good book, why this is something that won't be a good movie or video game or whatever, and you take that criticism, and instead of going, oh, well, they're just telling me I suck, and you cry about it, they actually take that information and they make their script better. And then they turn it into somebody else, and somebody else has their thoughts, and they go, okay, this is why it's not going to work. This is what people are looking for, and so on. So you change the script again, and so on and so forth. That's the best experience you can have. That's the best experience you can have, unfortunately, a lot of the time. Yeah, our seminars were deliberately kept harsh to avoid that. Basically, everyone had to give constructive criticism, good and why, shit and why, which I think is a good thing. I think it's a really, really good thing. Former TT Games boss has launched a new studio to work on a Peter Pan game. I'm not thrilled about this, but okay. A former head at Lego game developer TT Games has set up a new studio to work on a game based on Peter Pan. Tom Stone was part of Lego Interactive's senior management team, but when the company stepped out of video games, Stone and his colleague Jonathan Smith formed Giant Interactive, a publisher with the exclusive Lego game license. At the time, Traveler's Tales was working on the first Lego Star Wars game, and when that was a success, Traveler's Tales acquired Giant Interactive and formed TT Games, where Stone became managing director. After that, Stone continued to work on Lego games for nearly 18 years until he left in 2020 to become the chair of Power Wash Simulator Studio Future Lab. By the way, I believe Power Wash Simulator 2 has a demo out now, which is really cool. Stone left Future Lab in 2024 and earlier this year co-founded Second Star Games, following a conversation with media agency The Blair Partnership and Great Ormond Street Hospital. As reported by GameIndustry.biz, the studio has been set up to create a game based on Peter Pan, partly to earn money for the hospital. While the IP is now in the public domain, author J.M. Barrie granted the rights to Great Ormond Street Hospital, and a 1988 act ensured that it still receives royalties from any commercial use in the UK, even though the copyright has now expired. The studio, which is named after the directions to Neverland, where you have to take the second star to the right and straight on till morning, includes some of Stone's former TT Games colleagues, including lead game designer Andrew Holt, art director Nicola Day, and head of engineering Chris Stanforth. Stone told Games Industry that despite a Polygon report from 2022 suggesting TT Games' workforce suffered from extensive crunch and pressure, his new team has to accept that working on this new game will still be hard. We're currently a team of 18 full-time employees, he explained. Everyone's the same. We're all in this boat together. Everyone knows each other. We don't want an HR department. Everyone is there to support one another in building this game together. It's going to be tough and challenging because we're setting ourselves incredibly high goals. We had a meeting last week in the studio where we agreed on a particular design feature, which is going to be very, very challenging to achieve. If we are not going to do stuff like that, what's the point of doing it? If we aren't going to break through and make this game truly memorable, then why bother? Everyone is on board. Everyone knows we are going to set ourselves some really, really high bar challenges, and everyone wants to do it. According to Stone, while the studio is named after a Peter Pan reference, the plan is to move on to other IPs in the future. I personally don't know how well this is going to go, but I've also never been the biggest Peter Pan fan either, so I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think that there needs to be a Peter Pan game? I mean, I understand why they're doing it. They're partially doing it for the Children's Hospital, and I don't think that that's a bad thing. But I feel like Peter Pan is incredibly outdated for today. Maybe that's just me, though. I'm not against it. Maybe it'll be lighthearted fun. I mean, it could be. It could be. I guess my biggest setback with Peter Pan is the same setback I have with people not having their own original ideas, if that makes sense. So, for instance, I can probably, off the top of my head, reference 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 TV shows and movies, not including video games, that do this, that have all directly referenced Alice in Wonderland, which isn't even the source material for Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland is an adaptation that was made by Disney for Through the Looking Glass. And they're basing all their shit off of Alice in Wonderland, which is a kid's thing. There's also been stuff like Peter Pan that's been done in the past, right? If you're trying to do like a direct reimagination, like for instance, Robin Williams and Dustin Hoffman in Hook. I thought Hook was a great movie. It's a kids movie, but it's not for kids who are necessarily like 4, right? It's for kids who are older. And that's all well and fine, and there's nothing wrong with that. And it's showing you that you can still be a kid at heart while having to grow up. And that's really cool, and I really like that idea. And it shows when Peter Pan is older, and it shows when Captain Hook is older, and, you know, what happened to the Lost Boys, and, like, all that good stuff. That's all well and fine. But people today have this really, really, really bad habit of taking Peter Pan and Alice in Wonderland and trying to shoehorn it into something that it has no business being a part of, because these people don't understand where these things came from in the first place, let alone what the source material is. And because they don't understand what the source material is or where the source material can be found, they can't actually put it into anything well whatsoever. Perfect example of that, Alien Earth. Because Alien Earth does a Peter Pan thing, and it doesn't fucking work. And it's awful. Right? It like sometimes it's just that simple, sadly. Also super unrelated, but I'm playing Roadcraft, and the dispatcher lady has a Midwest accent, and it's making me laugh every time. Oh, could you fix up the bridge in a jiffy? The hurricane brought it down, don't you know? Hell yeah. I can see if the seminar leader and teacher is requiring people to give constructive feedback other than grammar and spelling. People just saying it would be better if the plot or the character should have done this is still not helpful. Art is subjective. A story needs to be conveyed using proper English. True. Yeah, we always banned plot suggestion critique, kept it technical, or if a character is simply poorly realized, etc. And again, that's fine. Okay. Spoopy stuff. There's a little bit of Spoopy World stuff that I wanted to bring to your attention, mostly because I was reminded of it, because Red Letter Media just came out with a new video, and they reviewed Freddy vs. Jason, which, to me, is probably one of the better horror movies I've seen in a long time, but not for the reasons you think. And it's a guilty pleasure movie for me. Freddy vs. Jason is a guilty pleasure movie for me, wholeheartedly. Now, you guys have all seen Freddy vs. Jason, right? Outside of grammar, structure, spelling, etc., feedback is really not helpful. You should rewrite your story because the character is not believable. Yeah, I have not, but spoil away. Well, I'm not going to spoil anything. It's really how the movie's made as to why it's actually so good. And, to be completely honest with you, Freddy vs. Jason is the highest grossing film for both characters. No bullshit. It's the highest grossing film in the history of both characters for both of them. And the reason why it's so good is because they do a lot of different things in terms of like art direction. So they'll have like mood lighting and stuff like that. So when Freddy takes them into his realm, everything is really red. Or when, you know, people are trying to stay awake but they can't, all the lighting is really blue. Just stuff like that. Very, like, it's kind of like a feeling atmosphere kind of deal, instead of just making everything like really dark and gritty and so on. But the other thing that they do really, really well is they know that this is a ridiculous thing, right? They know that Jason is a slasher movie thing, Freddy is a horror slasher movie thing. That's all well and fine, but they go over the top with it, knowing that they can have fun with it because it doesn't mean anything in either of the universes, right? So Robert Englund, and this was Robert Englund's, I believe, last performance as Freddy, really went all out with it, and you know, really, really, really got evil and got so into it that he did his own stunts throughout the entire movie. And he was in his 50s when this was being filmed. And then they you know, they kept going back and forth between Freddy's history and Jason's history and how the two tie in together, and they followed the rules for each of them and like so on and so forth. But then it's like all of a sudden at one point in Freddy's realm, Freddy basically looks like Yoda when he's trying to throw shit at Count Dooku. And why? Because it's ridiculous, one, but mostly because regardless of whatever realm Freddy is in, Freddy's like 5'6". Jason's like 8 feet fucking tall. There's no way Freddy can go up against him pound for pound. He just can't. So he's using his environment against Jason. And that's some of the really cool shit, right? Or like they get back into the real world. Now they have to follow by Jason's rules where Jason cannot die. So he's like, so Freddy's there and he's standing behind this giant rack of oxygen tanks and he goes, fire torpedoes. And he just starts like hacking off the fucking nozzles. And here's Jason just walking straight ahead, dodging fucking oxygen tanks that are being launched at him like torpedoes, right? Oh, and it goes like completely Tom and Jerry in one instance where where they're in a construction site and Freddy's on the top of a building and he looks at he looks at Jason because Jason, I think, just fell off the top of the building, and he gets back up and he does this thing where like he wrenches his neck and you hear everything crunch, and Freddy goes, "Hey, asshole!" up here, and he looks at him, and then he throws this entire pile of like rebar at Jason, and some of it impales Jason, so now he's stuck because the rebar is not only through him but it's through the ground. So then Freddy takes a cement mixer that's being, you know, it's all chained up so it's ready to move, and he just starts beating him with this cement mixer on a chain. And then he goes to like take this like mine cart worth of dirt to dump it on him and bury him in it, but he can't because it's stuck. And he's sitting there going, "God damn it, son of a bitch," the entire time. And like then he trips because Jason finally like removes himself from the rebar and just kicks the fucking ramp. And Freddy is now hanging off of one of the chains by his foot upside down on this cement mixer that's suspended in the air. And he's just going, "Oh no, oh no." And then Freddy just kicks Jason just kicks the shit out of him for the next 15 minutes. It's so stupid, but it's so much fun. And the reason I bring this all up is because I thought about it, and they talked a little bit about why this movie was able to happen in the first place. And come to find out, it's because Jason, as a character, is owned by New Line Cinema, right? So anybody who's old enough, do you remember back in the day when they had Friday the 13th? And that was the title for the series, right? And then it went from Friday the 13th to Jason X or Jason Goes to Hell or like any of these others, and it was just Jason. The reason why they did that was because New Line Cinema had the rights to the character Jason, but did not have the rights to the title Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th. So they could use Jason however they wanted, but they couldn't use the title. New Line Cinema also owns the rights to Nightmare on Elm Street, which is Freddy. So they were able to take these two beloved characters and put them both together, and after 10 years of development hell, come up with this really goofy, like, doesn't mean much of anything, just horror action schlock movie that is enjoyable, really, really enjoyable. But then I thought, how cool would it be? Because this came out in 2003, right? So it'll have been 13 years next year, right? I thought to myself, how cool would it be if they had another movie like Freddy vs. Jason? But this time, it wasn't Freddy vs. Jason, And this time, maybe the movie making companies and the movie houses could get their thumbs out of their ass. Sorry, 23. Maybe they could get their thumbs out of their asses and do what fans really would like to see and do Jason versus Michael Myers. How cool would that be for a fucking movie? And again, don't take yourself seriously. Make it like Freddy versus Jason was, but make it Jason versus Michael Myers. Who owns Michael Myers? I looked it up. Hang on, let me find out again. Who owns the rights to Michael Myers? There we go. Miramax. Miramax owns the rights to Michael Myers. Trancas International Films and Miramax. So you would have to get Trancas International Films and Miramax and New Line Cinema to all work together just to get these two characters into the same movie. Which would be really, really, really tough. Hey, Sophia, how you doing? How are things? I think that would be really, really tough, wouldn't you? But I think it'd be awesome to see. I think it'd be really awesome to see. Just fine, Danny. How about you? Doing pretty good. We were just talking about spoopy stuff, and then we're gonna in a couple of minutes we're actually gonna move on and do some more lawyering stuff. But there's a new speaking of spoopy, did you check your Steam earlier? No, I haven't checked anything yet, but I absolutely will. And Sophia coming in with 300 biddies. Thank you so much, Sophia. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you. Really, really appreciate that. Speaking of Friday the 13th, the NES game used to freak me out because I hated when Jason showed up. True. Hope Greta goes... Okay. Sure. But yeah, I thought to myself, it'd be really cool because they've had Freddy vs. Jason, and Freddy vs. Jason is... I love that movie. It's not your typical horror movie, but that's what makes it so good. But I still think it'd be insanely cool if they took this concept in terms of the way they wrote it. But now it's Jason versus Michael Myers. I think that'd be insanely good. I know that's at best right now fanfic and so on, but I mean, how cool would that be? How cool would that be? Come on. I mean, they're literally like the two biggest slashers of all time. Could argue that Michael Myers is the father of Jason. They made Friday the 13th because Halloween was successful. No, because the lore is completely different for him. I mean, there are some similarities, sure, but the lore and the rules are so vastly different to one another that it doesn't even make sense anymore. That's really what it is. So, and I only know this because I looked it up right before stream, right? So here's Jason. Jason is undead. Shadow, you and I have very different ideas of cool. So Jason is undead, right? He died in the lake because of neglect, and then his mother died, but his mother also haunts him, and this, that, and the other thing, telling him to kill people because of what they did to him, and so on and so forth. And he is just... He's literally just this brute that walks around with a machete. As many times as you try to kill him, you can't. He is just this unstoppable force, right? Michael Myers, on the other hand, killed his sister when he was a kid himself, and it's implied, at least, that Michael Myers, for all intents and purposes, although he does have, you know, some powers like being able to at least temporarily transport himself over short distances, so it looks like, you know, he's just disappeared and stuff like that. And again, very, very hard to kill and so on. Michael Myers is not undead. He's, for all intents and purposes, he's just basically a guy with superpowers, but he's also the personification of evil. And he's usually looked at as being smarter than Freddy. Or not Freddy, smarter than Jason, because Jason is just this walking murderous Hulk. Whereas, actually, that's a really, really good analogy, Sophia. Michael Myers is the boogeyman. Right? So you literally have an undead war zombie versus the boogeyman. I think that would make for a really, really interesting fucking script. Maybe that's just me. No, that's what Lori says at the end of Halloween 1. Fair. That's fair. But she's not wrong either. No, not Freddy Fazbear. Fuck Freddy Fazbear. No, I was going to say Freddy Krueger because we were talking about Freddy versus Jason. Freddy Fazbear's dumb. I hate Freddy Fazbear. Not because he's even... Freddy Fazbear isn't even terrifying. That's the worst part. He's just depressing. That's all he is. Either that or there was a really large garbage pickup in that town. Fair. At the rate things are going, what we'll get is Jason versus Skibbity Toilet. True. Very true. Freddy Fazbear is not dumb, he is a bear. No, he's an animatronic asshole who looks depressing. That's what he looks like. I've seen more horrid things from actual animatronics than I have anything in Five Nights at Freddy's. Well, like, I'm not even kidding. Like, let me see if I can find it really, really, really quick, because it's actually really funny. Hang on, let me see something. It was, Funhouse Pizza Bear? Not Funhouse Pizza Bear, but... No. We watched this. Showbiz Pizza Bear. That's what it was. Okay. Showbiz Pizza Bear. And I know we watched it. Yeah. So this is Showbiz Pizza Bear. He's still going. Unfortunately, this is what's left of Showbiz Pizza Bear. And he's falling apart. And he's not even part of Showbiz Pizza anymore. He's part of the band known as the Rockafire Explosion at Billy Bob's Wonderland. And this was... How many years ago was this taken? 5 years ago. And look at him. Like, his eyeball is just sunken right into the skull. The other eyeball is trying to go on a date with this one and is inching closer. You can see even through here that, like, they've taken, like, little pieces of metal wire and shit and have tried to, like, hold stuff together, and it hasn't worked. He's even got, like, stitches. And Aylin coming in and gifting a sub to Spectre. Thank you so much, Aylin. That's very, very generous of you. Really appreciate that. Thank you. You got metal wires going through his jaw because it's just that bad. And all the other... Look at this. Look at how awful this looks.
Ellen Luna gifted a tier 1 sub to the Spectre. They have given 6 gift subs in the channel.
I just hope the Looney Bird don't become some kind of gasaholic. Hey, Looney Bird, it's time for your favorite part of the show.
Look at how awful this is. You mean to tell me this isn't more frightening? No, this isn't a horror character. This is literally the Showbiz Pizza Bear. This is what's left of the Showbiz Pizza Bear being forced to not rest peacefully, but to melt under hot spotlights for all eternity while his plastic shell just deforms and his eyeballs sink into his head. And it doesn't stop there. That's the worst part. This is more horrifying than Freddy Fazbear could ever be. Okay? But that's not even the worst one, in my opinion. The worst one, in my opinion, is this one. Because one eye doesn't work at all. The other eye is just looking at her nose. She's been shot in the arm, and somebody Dr. Frankensteined her left forearm. Oh, yeah, and then you have the really depressed bear that only hits the fucking ride cymbal on the drums. I forgot about him. She's even missing her pupil altogether. It's just literally eyeball. And the other eyeball is trying to rapidly escape her face. I love when Shadow Stream devolves into man-made horrors beyond my comprehension, which is always. We sat up one night, and I think it was once again because Spectre was like, you should play Five Nights at Freddy's. And I went, no, fuck Five Nights at Freddy's, right? And then I was telling him why I don't like Five Nights at Freddy's. And True came up with this video, and I was like, no way the Showbiz Pizza Bear is still fucking going. That's awful. And then we saw him, and I'm like, oh no. Oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. Who would do this? Animatronic creatures freak me out. Same with Puppets, Muppets, those Dark Crystal creatures. Well, okay, so here's the reason why I don't like Five Nights at Freddy's, okay? Five Nights at Freddy's, to me, is not terrifying. And the reason why it's not terrifying is because I used to go to places when I was younger, like Showbiz Pizza, Funhouse Pizza, Chuck E. Cheese, and so on. Sophia coming in and gifting a sub to Fafo. Sophia, thank you so much. Very, very generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really, really appreciate that. Really, really appreciate that. We shall wait for...
Sophia
there we go.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Fafo Padilla. They have given 182 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you so much again, Sophia. Really, really appreciated. Very generous of you. So, I used to go to Chuck E. Cheese. I used to go to Funhouse Pizza. I used to go to Showbiz Pizza. I used to go to all these, whether it be for, you know, my birthday parties or friends' birthday parties and so on. So how many subs do you need in 1 month to have to drink the chocolate oyster smoothie? You're both to drink the chocolate oyster smoothie. Oh, god damn it. Tell you what, hang on. Let me take a look at something here really quick. I'm gonna be fair. I have to bring up my Twitch stats, and I don't know them off the top of my hand, or off the top of my head, so I have to look really quick. But I can't show you guys. So hang on, let me see. I almost forgot about that. I was kind of hoping. This is... it's always brought up random. I know it is. God damn it. Let's see here. Okay, that was August. So... and I'm up to... that... and it hasn't rounded up yet, but that's fine. It is what it is. They took away my filters, which really sucks. Oh, hang on. I know what I can do. So let's do it this way till today. Okay, so Uh... Hmm. So that's that. That's in paid subs. That's in gifted. That's in all that good stuff. So we're probably talking. The goal right now is 50. If we get to 60, then I'd comfortably be able to make sure that I could do it. You didn't do it enough. I'm not being the next 50. No. I'm being fair. I'm absolutely being fair right now. 100% I am being fair. I can't wait for Shadow to drink it and then spend 2 hours making the same sound as an elephant seal trapped in a backed up sewer pipe. Oh, God. Oh, God damn it. Oh, that's going to taste so bad, though. Oh, think about it. A chocolate smoothie with a hint of low tide. That's going to taste awful. Oh, that's going to taste awful. We should choose to accept it. This message will self-destruct in 10 seconds. Okay, there we go. I had to double check because I wasn't trying to screw anybody or anything like that, but unfortunately there's stats that you guys just are not allowed to see, and yeah. Is it low tide or unwashed kitty? Both. Probably a little bit of both, if I'm being honest. So yeah, so I listened to Naked Gun 2.5 the other day. Funny, never seen it before. The movies are on Pluto to promote the new film. That's good. They are funny. So yeah, so when I was a kid, I went to Showbiz, I went to Chuck E. Cheese, I went to Funhouse Pizza, and they always had animatronics there on stage. And they don't really show it all that much in this because they're more worried about showing you the state of decay that all of the animatronics are in, and that's all well and fine. Let me see. Do they have any good close? Oh, okay, here we go. So usually it was a setup that was very similar to this, right? You'd have all these tables and all the chairs and all the kids and stuff like that, and they'd all be sitting there and eating pizza and drinking soda and all that good shit. And like all of the animatronics at certain times would just start singing. There'd be a new show. I think it was like every hour. It would last maybe 20 to 30 minutes, and then it would start at the top of the next hour, right? Cool. There were some kids that they couldn't stand them. It freaked them out and stuff like that. I wasn't one of those kids. I was one of those kids that looked at all these animatronics and went, this is really fucking stupid. That was me. I was one of those kids, right? Like if I ever went to this show, I'd be like, oh yeah, look at the depressed bear only hitting the fucking ride symbol. How awful is that? He just looks dumb. He looks like he's in a budget Kiss outfit wearing a stupid helicopter hat, and he's depressed because he's been doing it for the last 50 years, and he wishes his existence would end, but now he's relegated to just hitting the fucking ride symbol. You know what I mean? Like, I could hear Kid Shadow doing this in current Shadow voice. It was so bad. It was, oh yeah, Funhouse Pizza, and the parents were all like, hey, you know, like, look at all the, and you know, hey, the show's about to start, and everybody, oh great, and let's face it, most kids are always worried about pizza and, you know, Coke and like all that good, and because they want junk food, they want, you know, like really unhealthy sodas and all that good shit. I get it. Right? And we're all sitting there and we're talking over whatever is going on stage. And there are some kids that were like, you know, especially when you're really young, maybe they'd cry because you got the animatronics going on and they're really loud and they don't understand what's going on and it's kind of scary. And I'm just sitting there going, this is really fucking stupid. Like, this is awful. Who decided this was a good idea? Like I was always the kid where, like, I don't like clowns, and it's not because I'm terrified of clowns. I just don't like them because they're liars. And I know that sounds really, really bad, but they are. And I've been this way for a very long time. Kids shouldn't be given drugs. They're hyper enough as it is. God, why would you give kids... No, Coca-Cola. No, they are. Clowns are liars. And I know this because I was 4. The first and only time I went to see a show that some of you may know, and it's called Disney on Ice. And Disney on Ice is this massive, massive, massive production and so on. And I was excited to see it because some of my favorite, like cartoon movie characters were going to be there, and they were going to be singing and and they were going to be dancing on ice and everything. Okay, really cool. Except they had this period of time where there was, I don't know, some show that was going on in tandem with Disney on Ice, but it was only for like adults, right? So what they did is they took all the kids and they kind of ushered all the kids into this other part of the venue with a clown. And this clown walked around with a plastic, fake, vibrating dog harness. Right? And this motherfucker would get up in your face. Hey, kid. Hey there, little one. You want to pet my dog? And like, you're sitting there and you're like, what? Yeah, it's an invisible dog. Oh, don't get too close. Sometimes he gets a little stingy, and like he's doing all of his like goofy shit. And I'm the one kid sitting, and I argued with him about this. I'm like, that's not a fucking real dog. I didn't say fuck, but I'm like, that's not real. And he's like, no, it's real. No, it's not. There's a button under your thumb, and you hit it, and the thing vibrates, and you're just holding it. That's all you're doing. I was that kid. I was horrible. And ever since then, I've just looked at a fucking clown and went, liar! That's all I've ever done with clowns. It's call bullshit on the clown? Yeah, fuck him. Fuck that clown. Asshole. Yeah, because you're the kid that didn't like magic. Yeah, because magic is bullshit. I'm sorry, but it is. David Blaine is not known for being a magician. David Blaine is known for being the dumbass that decided to freeze himself in Times Square. He's the guy who decided to try and bury himself alive to beat Houdini's record. That's what David Blaine is known for. You know what I mean? Like, okay, sure, he can do street magic with cards, and here, I'm going to throw this deck of cards at the fucking window. And it's like, okay, but it's all staged. It's all pre-recorded. Of course. I know how video works. It's all fucking pre-recorded. You make people not look one way, and then you turn the camera, and oh my god, look, it's stuck in the window, and all the fucking people go crazy, and like, fuck you. No, that's not magic. That's just called editing. That's all that is. Or even the live shows where, like, David Copperfield used to come out and he used to have his fucking cape and the goddamn magic wand and then he'd saw the woman in hat, and it's like, you can clearly see that the thing is 3 times the fucking height of the person. And it doesn't need to be that big if all you're gonna do is stick some poor sap in there and just fucking go at it. And where's all the blood and gore? Where'd all that go? Why do I not see her leaking blood all over the stage? Why? Because it's not her. She's just tucking her legs in and somebody else pops out. Like, duh. Imagine Shadow being at a clown show with other kids and randomly going, liar! With the most upset voice ever. Yeah, I was that kid. And everybody, oh my god, look, David Copperfield, he's gonna make the space shuttle disappear. And like, they show the thing, and it's like, you just fucking recorded that same piece of land earlier before they brought the fucking thing in. You can clearly tell because the sun's in the wrong spot. It's not live, it's pre-recorded, dumbass. right? Like, it's shit like that. And everybody's like, oh my God, he made the space shuttle. It's like, no, he didn't. They just moved it. That's it. Magic is real. My dad went out for milk and vanished. God. How can you kids eat this shit up? It's true, though. Or like, Chris Angel, mind freak, right? Like, nobody gives a fuck about Chris Angel, mind freak. That's why he's doing shows in Vegas now. Because he can't get any more fucking TV series out of A&E. Because nobody believes his bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, but it's true. Like, and don't get me wrong, David Copperfield is a nice guy. David Copperfield can absolutely, like, sit there and take criticism, and he can play along, and he can take the joke, and he can take the hint when people are like, they're kind of on to him, and he knows it, and so on and so forth. But I always wanted to be like, so David, you're a magician, right? Cool. Make the space shuttle live disappear in front of me right now. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so delusioned. Or like Penn and Teller. Penn and Teller are my favorites because they have no problem saying that this is bullshit. They have no problem telling you that it is a trick. That's the best part. So the bullet catching routine where Teller fires a gun at Penn Jillette and it is loaded, and then the next thing you see is that Penn Jillette caught the bullet between his teeth. Right? They tell you flat out, under no circumstances should you try this at home. This is quite literally only a magic trick for entertainment purposes. We are performing a trick. We are licensed professionals. We are firearm professionals. We know what we are doing. Do not try this at home. Do not try this anywhere. Do not try this if you are a kid. Do not try this if you are an adult. Because in reality, nobody can get your bullet in their teeth without having some really, really expensive dental work being needed and or also a new brain. They have no problem telling you this is just a trick. I just heard about a man being killed doing that trick. Yeah, of course, because they're dumb. Did you see that Penn and Teller got inducted into the Magic Circle? That's awesome. That's actually really awesome. And good for them. Seriously good for them. Penn and Teller, I love Penn and Teller because they are no bullshit. And I love that they are no bullshit. And it's great to see that they are they're finally getting recognized for their accolades. A new brain to replace the damaged one, or a new brain because they're stupid? Both. Honestly. What is this? I come from a long line of pirates, scoundrels, and kings. Sober bro, but Shadow says otherwise. What would you do? No, I wouldn't say otherwise coming from that. You want to know why? Because literally I just come from a long, and I'm not, this is not something that I said. Okay, I'm repeating what my grandmother has said. And my grandmother was one of the sweetest ladies you'd ever meet. She really, really was. She never had a mean bone in her body. She loved everybody. And she looked at me one day, and because, like, I think I was doing like a genealogy project or something like that, right? When I was like in middle school or whatever. And I was asking her questions about her mother and her grandmother and so on. And I was like, and we got on this topic, and I was like, well, you know, I mean, like, there are a lot of people, and, you know, they can, you know, trace their family back to, like, you know, royalty, and they can trace their lineage back, you know, like hundreds of, and you know, maybe even 1,000 years and stuff like that and so on. And, you know, I mean, do we have anybody like that in our family? And she goes, oh no, honey, everybody in our family were just whores. I was like, oh, okay. I love your grandmother. I love her too. I mean, she's gone now, but God, she was hilarious. She was absolutely hilarious. There was this one time, and my dad told me this story. My grandparents, these were my mother's parents, because his parents had died way before. Well, his father had died way before they ended up getting married, and he was engaged to my mother at the time. And like me, cats love him, or loved him, like really, really, really loved him. And there was this one cat, and its name was Snowshoes. And it was my grandmother's cat. And Snowshoes loved donuts. Don't know why, but Snowshoes absolutely loved donuts. And my dad was really, really good friends with my grandfather and with my grandmother and everything. And she ended up getting a ride over, my mother ended up getting a ride over to her grandmother's house. Yeah, donuts. He would eat donuts. And she ended up getting a ride over to my grandmother's house one day. And my dad said, okay, well, it's no problem. I can come and pick you up, and then I can bring you home after that. And she goes, okay, cool. Well, he and this cat, Snowshoes, just absolutely adored each other. And for whatever reason, and it was because of the movie The Jerk, because the cat would basically do whatever the hell that the cat wanted to do most of the time, unless you had a donut, and then it would come to you. So he nicknamed Snowshoes Shithead. And so he walks in the house, into my grandmother's house, and he's just sitting, he walks in, and he's got himself a box of donuts that he picked up from Dunkin' Donuts or whatever. And he yells, and he's looking for the cat, and he goes, hey, shithead, where are you? And then without skipping a beat, my grandmother is in the bathroom, and she's cleaning something. She goes, I'll be out in a minute, pea brain. Like, that was my grandmother. That's what she used to do. Fair, yeah. But he was looking for the cat. He wasn't looking for my grandmother. He was looking for the cat because he had donuts. It was so damn funny. It was so fucking funny. And she was one of those people that always used to just she always used to make people laugh. And this was kind of a more solemn one, but it made everybody laugh. So the night we found out, my grandfather had full blown cancer, right? He had full blown lung cancer, and it pushed out of his lungs and was right against the chest wall and everything. It was bad. He was not coming home, right? And it's myself, my mother, all three of her brothers, my grandmother, my one of my aunts, my cousins, and everything else. And at this point, I am 18, right? And everybody knew at this point that I smoked, and I was legally allowed to smoke, so it wasn't that big of a deal. And so we all get the news, and we're all standing outside because I'm like, I can't deal with this. I need a cigarette, right? I go out and I start having a cigarette. One by one, everybody else comes out and so on. My grandmother is the last one to come out. And it's not because, she was really hurting or anything like that. It's just she's my grandmother. She's older. She's slower, right? I have never seen her ever in my life take a drink. I've never seen her in my life have a cigarette. I've never seen her in my life take any sort of drug that wasn't Tylenol or Advil, if maybe, a couple of her joints were in pain or whatever. And she looked at everybody, and I'm having a cigarette, and my mom's having a cigarette, and Gary, Glenn, and Gordon are all having a cigarette. And I believe my cousin Matthew at this point is there, and he's having a cigarette. And she looks at all of us, and again, she's just the sweetest old lady. She's 5 foot nothing. maybe 90 pounds soaking wet. We'll give you the shirt off her back. We'll do anything for you. And she looks at everybody and she goes, I need a fucking cigarette. And everybody just stopped and stared at her. And she goes, what? And we're all just like, what did you say? She's like, I need a fucking cigarette. And I can't remember who gave her the cigarette, but somebody opened up their cigarette pack and they just, they offered it to her and she took one. She just looked at her. She said, about fucking time. And then she just stole somebody's lighter and lit it and then coughed her ass all the way home. And it was like, what the hell? Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, obviously it's a bad day, right? It's a really, really bad day and it's really, really solemn and everything. But just this sweet little old lady, I need a fucking cigarette. We're just like, wait, what? Huh? And she literally just sat there and that's the only time I've ever seen her have a cigarette. She never, ever, ever had one ever again. Even the next morning we called her and we're like, hey, how you doing? And she's like, I'm never smoking again. Sophia coming in and gifting 10 subs. Holy crap. My God. Sophia coming in and gifting subs to Darwich, to Dawn Tangen, okay, to Hellfire Reborn, to Doc, to Gowls VOD Channel, to Deadpool, to Matty Matt, and to some of these names, Zam Big Names, to Big Tubs 1996 Mikhail, and to Nightshade. Thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate that. Holy crap. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sophia does want that chocolate oyster smoothie expedited. Yeah, she does. Holy shit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Grandmothers are great. My Nana was awful for being very loud and obvious, but not willfully cruel. She once saw a guy with a prosthetic and went, hey, Trev, look at that guy with only one leg at the top of her voice. I'm like, Nana, no. Yep. I used to have, it was a great aunt of mine. Her name was Margaret, but everyone called her Miggy, right? So it was Auntie Miggy. And she was married to a man named Francis, so it was Auntie Miggy and Uncle Fran. And they were both incredibly, incredibly smart people. They were literally some of the smartest people I've ever known in my entire life. They would give my dad, who was insanely smart, a run for his money every single time. And the best part was they were polar opposites when it came to senses of humor. And Miggy had no problem whatsoever with fucking just calling somebody or something what it was. She was no bullshit. She was very straightforward about everything. And for instance, there was one time where I believe it was my uncles were, they were out in Albuquerque or something like that. They were going there for college, if I remember correctly. And she and Fran, Miggy and Fran, were living out there at the time, and they came over for dinner, and she's like, so where are you staying? And they're like, oh, well, we're not entirely sure yet. I mean, we'll probably, get ourselves fixed up with the dorms and everything like that. Aylin coming in with 400 bits. Thank you so much, Aylin. Holy crap.
Storytime bits.
Storytime bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so she's like, so where are you staying? And they're like, yeah, no, we have no idea. We'll probably, get fixed up with a dorm. She goes, no, fuck that. You're staying here. And that was the end of the conversation. Right? So that's Miggy in a nutshell. She didn't care. She was one of those people where, I mean, she'd use fuck, damn it, god damn it, son of a bitch, Jesus Christ. Most of those were usually used as a first name for Fran. But that was one of the things, was Fran had a really, really, really dry sense of humor. And sometimes she wouldn't get it until maybe a couple of minutes later. So I think one of the last times I saw Miggy and Fran before they both ended up passing, was we were all sitting down, we were visiting. I think this was like 2002, maybe 2003, somewhere around there. And we had gone down to the Cape, and that's where they had decided to finally like retire and call home and everything like that. And we still had like an hour's ride down to the Cape. But we stopped and we figured we'd spend a few hours with them because we rarely got to see them. And so we're all sitting down, and Miggy is talking up a storm, and she's excited that we're all there and everything, and she wants to hear what we're all doing and so on and so forth. And Fran he's very, very, very smart, but he's a really, really, really quiet guy, right? He's very, very quiet, and he loves the type of humor that's very dry. So he'll say something, and then he'll just look, and he'll wait for everybody. And Aylin coming in and gifting a sub to Corgi. Aylin, thank you so much. Really, really, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy crap. So female you. Well, maybe. Maybe. We'll get there.
Ellen Luna gifted a tier 1 sub to Corgi the Lesser Dog. They have given 7 gift subs in the channel.
So, Fran, again, really smart. I'm enabling Sophia. Oh, no. But yeah, so Fran is this really quiet guy, and he's really got this really dry sense of humor. And he's one of those guys that he'll just say like a one-liner joke, right? And then he'll just sit there and he'll watch everybody to see if they get it. And he won't say anything. He'll just have this like little smirk on his face and just wait to see if anybody gets the joke. And if not, he'll just sit there and kind of chuckle at himself and move on. And I can't remember what the conversation was, but it was myself, my mom, my buddy Rob, Auntie Miggy, Uncle Fran. We're all sitting down at the table. We're all talking and everything like that. Miggy says something, and Fran pulls one of his Fran things, and he says a thing, and everybody goes quiet for a second. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you hear this, "God damn it, Fran!" And we all just started laughing the entire... We didn't even know what the hell we were laughing at, because it was an inside joke between the two of them, but that was quite literally their relationship. That was quite literally their relationship. It was like every time he could get her, he would. Did want you to have it, but it helps torture Shadow too. Well, yeah, that's sadly true. So yeah, it was just one of those things. Like, you know, I had great relatives, and they were awesome people. They really were, and they were all characters. Fuck, we're on the floor. Oh no. But yeah, one of my fondest memories was my grandmother going, "Oh no, dear, everybody in our family were whores." It's like, oh. Oh, okay. I guess that's it then. Okay. No, all our family was whores. Got it. Hang on, let me restart Steam here. Otherwise, I think somebody's going to have a brain aneurysm. Give me a second. Yes, I'm checking. I'm checking. I had to restart because that's sometimes the only way you can get it to jumpstart it. No, I don't want a new firmware available for my PS5 controller, you ass. There we go. Aylin, thank you. I won't say what, but I will say thank you. Specifically because I want to keep it a surprise for Spoopy time, which is coming up very, very, very soon. But it is something that we will be doing for Spoopy time, because we are in that month. But thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. That's very generous of you. Let me bring up Ace Attorney Trilogy. There we go. There it is. Okay. Yes. Yeah, if I can get things lined up, I think we're gonna have a lot of fun with Halloween this year. There's also something that I really, really want to do again this year, and I'm really hoping to pull it off. I haven't done it. I didn't do it last year, and I wasn't able to do it the year before for two reasons. One was because of the whole Unity thing, and the other was because there were a lot of people who were involved with SAG-AFTRA and everything like that. But what I really, really, really want to do, and I really want to bring it back, is I want to find some gems from itch.io to give some credit to the indie horror developers this year again. And we haven't done that in a couple of years. We haven't done that in a couple of years. Oh, wait, I'll open the chest here. There we go. And thank you so much, Sophia. Thank you so much, Aylin. Really, really, really appreciate both of you. Really appreciate all the generosity. But yeah, we've found some really, really good gems in the past with the indie horror crowd, and I want to do it again this year. I want to do it again this year because at least that part of the industry is not currently on fire. My dad's funeral, I hid behind the casket, knocking on it and making it sound like he was screaming. Oh boy. By the way, this new case is going to be very interesting. Oh no. Well, I'm hoping I can do... Did I miss the emoji? No, it's a... Well, you should still be able to get it. Should still be able to. Oh, I guess sneeze. Okay, I don't have to sneeze. Maybe I do. I'm not sure. Wait for it. Okay, we're good. Your poor grandmother. Oh, I don't doubt it. This is it. Turnabout goodbyes. Yeah, episode 4. Just do it. I wish I could, but it's like that stupid little tingling, like, up in your nose, and you can't do anything about it. It's been, what, 15 years? About that, yes. 15 years is a long time to wait. You can't imagine how much I've suffered. You've suffered? Wow, this got spoopy. She didn't speak to me for 5 years, I don't doubt it. But now the perfect opportunity has presented itself. At last, I shall have my revenge. What? Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Oh shit, really? Edgeworth? My dad's funeral, we had a white cardboard coffin so people could write messages of goodbye on it. A family friend took me aside and said, "I'm sorry, I have to do this. It's what he would have done." And I was like, "Yes, you must." And he drew a big pair of tatty bajangles on blue marker pen. Totally fair. Hey, Nick. Do you know if there are any good waterfalls around here? Waterfalls? Dare I ask why? Duh, Nick, isn't it obvious? I need a waterfall to stand under, preferably a freezing one. What? Oh, is that part of your spirit medium training? Of course, except I've been slacking off lately. I need to brave the elements and be forged anew under the rushing spring waters. Okay. I don't know about any falls per se, but Gourd Lake is pretty close. Oh, darn. Sorry, but them's the breaks. Couldn't you just take a cold shower or something? Good idea! So much for rushing spring waters. Next in the news, a large unidentified animal was sighted at Gourd Lake. The town is buzzing with excitement. Locals are calling it Gordy, in a tip of the hat to Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster. Though its namesake, Nessie, proved to be a hoax, locals are confident their Gordy is the real deal. Ah, boring. Can't they show real news for a change? Nick? Huh? The water pressure's kinda low in that shower. You want more pressure, huh? Why don't you go down to the fire department and have them spray you with the hose? Nessie has never been proved a hoax. The fucking plesiosaur. Good idea, Nick. Apparently, Feyblood is no aid in detecting sarcasm. We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. Strange occurrences continue at Gourd Lake, but this time it's murder. Gourd Lake again? The body of a man was found in the lake early this morning. The suspect was apprehended. Sources inside the police department revealed that the suspect's name was Miles Edgeworth, age 24. Edgeworth was an up-and-coming prosecutor known for his skill and connections. He was guaranteed a long and rewarding career, as he thrown it all away. Edgeworth? What's going on? Edgeworth would never do something like... Nick? Yeah, Maya. The fireman yelled at me when I called him. We got bigger things to worry about than that. They arrested Edgeworth. What? You mean the prosecutor? Yeah, he's a suspect in a murder. What? When? Where? Whom? Why? How? I don't know. Let's go find out, Nick. You know, Nick, we've all been in here one time or another, haven't we? I guess it comes with the territory. I'm not sure it's something we should mention to too many people. Ugh. Oh, wait, that's Maya. Hey, Edgeworth, come back. What are you doing here? Nick, I don't think he's in a very good mood. Well, he is in detention. Were you in a good mood when you were here? So, you've come to laugh at the fallen attorney. Then laugh. Laugh! Maya's sounding a little gruff? Yeah, maybe. Well, why aren't you laughing? Nick, should we be laughing? Nah, it's a trick. Laugh and he'll get mad or burst into tears. Edgeworth, we don't have so much free time we can spend it coming down here to laugh at you. Yes, you do. Actually, he's right. I hoped you wouldn't come. I didn't want you to see me. Not like this. Somebody does need to be Christopher Walken, that is true. I didn't want to see you like this either, believe me. Edgeworth, tell me what happened. Why should I? What are you going to do about it? Duh! We're going to help you, that's what! Help me? You? Don't be ridiculous. Sorry? You're a novice. You've only been in 3 trials. Hey! Sure, you got lucky and won all 3, but your luck's bound to run out someday. You need real skill, right? Experience. Nick, he's insulting you. Nick? Why am I always the one who has to get angry? The start of a bromance between Wright and Edgeworth? Oh god, there's probably a Rule 34 about that. The murder took place at Gourd Lake, correct? Yes, late last night. The lake is a long way from your offices and the courthouse. Why were you down there? I see no need to tell you. Turns off save search. Oh god. Mr. Edgeworth? You didn't really... Gordy. Huh? I went to see Gordy. Gordy? What's that? I'll tell you later. Why won't Edgeworth talk to us? I don't have anything to present. No. This is where it happened? Yeah, Gourd Lake is in the middle of this park. I can see some police walking around in there. Questioning people probably. Wow, I am off my game tonight. Hey, isn't that Detective Gumshoe over there? Well, pal. There's enough of us here. Anyone found anything? Sorry, sir, nothing. Idiot. The trial's tomorrow. We need clues on the double. But, sir, there weren't any clues. That's why we arrested that attorney, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear, sir. He's the one who... Shut up. Just you try saying that again. I'll make you sorry if you do. So just get out of my face, pal. Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe's kind of scary today. Recruits? Huh. Ah. Hey, you're that hairy guy. Hairy butts. We ain't found shit. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of which, good Star Trek reference there. That guy who went, "We ain't found shit," that's Tuvok on Star Trek Voyager. Right! Phoenix Wright! Will he ever learn my name? And just what are you doing here, pal? Investigating? Tuvok swore, yes he did. He was literally the guy in Spaceballs with the afro pick. Found anything yet? We ain't found shit! That's him. Huh? Well, yes, I suppose. Well, I'm here to help. Ask me anything you want. Yeah, Tim Russ, yeah. Bring it. He seems different than usual. I wonder what's up. Mr. Edgeworth hasn't actually asked us to defend him yet. Huh? Oh? You don't say. Detective Gumshoe? Do you know what happened here? Huh? Yeah, I don't know, pal. No. Wow, okay. Mr. Head in the Fluffy Pink Cloud's lawyer. Head in the... Huh? Never mind, I'll tell ya. It happened last night, about 15 minutes after midnight. He was in an episode of Fresh Prince. He played a security guard. Oh yeah, he's done a lot of stuff. There was a boat out on Gourd Lake. In that boat were two men. One of those men shot the other with a pistol. And the shooter was... Oh, wait, sorry, that's Maya. And the shooter was Mr. Edgeworth? A cop who arrived on the scene arrested him. He's also one of the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 4. Yep. How did they get here so fast? Well, there was a witness. When the report came in, we raced to the lake. A witness? You don't think Mr. Edgeworth is a murderer, do you? Absolutely not. It's impossible, little lady. I don't care if there's a witness either. I don't believe a lick of it. Right. Who cares what the witness says? I care. You really believe in him, don't you, Detective? Of course I do. But the police are pretty sure he's the killer. Nobody's even really taking this investigation that seriously. Oh no! After all the help Mr. Edgeworth has been to us, hard to imagine that no one's standing up to take his side. Well, at least you are, Detective. At least you are. Do you know who will be Mr. Edgeworth's defense attorney in tomorrow's trial? He hasn't got one yet. What? The trial is tomorrow, isn't it? Well, I don't know the whole story, but apparently no one he's been talking to will take his case. Well, why not? Mr. Edgeworth won't tell me. When you guys showed up, I figured he'd ask you to defend him. Unfortunately not. Well, pal, then you got a job to do. Help out Mr. Edgeworth. Prove that badge you wear isn't just some fancy piece of metal, wah. Prove it to me, pal. Show me you're an attorney. Who was the witness? Sorry, pal. That's confidential. Anyway, the witness saw everything, apparently. I'm sure they'll turn up at the trial tomorrow. Was there only that one witness? Yep. It was pretty cold out on the lake last night. And it was Christmas Eve after all. Still, we're being thorough. You never know when you're gonna turn up another witness. That's why we're here today, checking things out. So far, we're coming up empty. Oh, it's Christmas today. I'd forgotten. What are you getting me for Christmas, Nick? Talk to Santa. That's fair. Feel winter's chill from the bare leaf trees today. Winter's coming. What is it about winter that turns people into poets? I don't know, but my toes are starting to feel numb. Yes, my poetry has that effect on some people. The sign says Gourd Lake Nature Park. This place is full of families picnicking on the weekend. But no waterfall. Not many picnickers come here for spiritual training, Maya. Okay. That's the wrong thing. Move. Back to detention. Balls. Okay, move. Back to Gourd Lake. Damn it! Show Edgeworth my badge? Really? That badge. You're showing that to the wrong guy, pal. Oh, you said Edgeworth, not Gumshoe? I'm fucking dumb. You gotta show that to someone who needs it. Your attorney's badge? Edgeworth, let me defend you. Good one, right? But I'm not that hard up. Not yet. Ooh, thank you for the hydrate, Sophia. I'll do that right now. Oh, thank God. What do you mean by that? Me? Trust a wet behind-the-ears lawyer with only 3 trials under his belt? Never. What? My case is near hopeless, right? Every defense attorney I've talked to has turned me down. What? Simply put, they were afraid they'd lose. It occurred to me that it might be my fault that they lacked confidence. After all, I did get every single one of their clients declared guilty. I don't believe it. Regardless, I don't want you involved in this. You in particular, I cannot ask to do this. Edgeworth, this is really hard for me to ask. But you didn't do it, right? Right? Think what you will. I have only one request. Huh? Stay out of this case. Why? But Nick is trying to help you! I know that. But I don't want your help, okay? Why not? Look, just go away and leave me alone. Nick, Mr. Edgeworth did it, didn't he? Maya, let's go investigate elsewhere. But Nick... Gourd Lake entrance again. Is it true? No one will take Mr. Edgeworth's case? Yeah. He's a bit of a celebrity. If you defended him and lost, your reputation would be sure to suffer. What's more, the case against him is, well, it's pretty solid. I suppose it would be if they have a witness. Hey, pal. Don't tell me you're gonna turn your back on him, too. Remember the Steel Samurai case? Mr. Edgeworth helped you get your client declared innocent. I know. I went to Edgeworth. I tried. He really doesn't want us to represent him. Especially not us, he said. What? Well, that doesn't make any sense, pal. You should have heard him talking about you after that trial. He kept saying right, over and over. Nick, I'm not sure that's a good sign. Neither am I. Why wouldn't he want your help? I don't get it. Detective Gumshoe, sir. What? Find something? No, sir, not yet. But there was a call from the precinct. They want to hold an investigation briefing. A briefing? Right, I'm off. Oh. Sorry, pal. I guess you heard. I gotta go. Any last things you want to ask me about before I head back? Both. Well, yes. Do you have any information on the victim? Sorry. They haven't worked up the autopsy report yet. I'm still waiting for it myself. Actually, say, if you get the time, drop by the precinct. We can talk more there, pal. You're not coming back, Detective? Probably not, pal. So what should we do if we have something to talk to you about? Ah, right. Here, I'll show you how to get to the precinct. Come down and see me anytime. Oh, hey, Detective Gumshoe. What? We'd like to take a look around in the park. Can we walk around? Yeah, no problem, pal. You got my permission. You know, Nick, I think there's something to be said for talking to people when they're busy. Yeah, they don't have time to think about not giving you information. Right. Now let's get investigating. Let's do it. Samurai dogs. God, I want a hot dog right now. Wowzers! This is Gourd Lake? Yep. I'm not sure it warrants a wowzers, though. Probably not. But hey, look at that snack stand. Samurai dogs? I want a samurai dog. Please. I bet they're great. With a name like Samurai Dog, how could they not be? Well, so do I now that you've said it. Fuck, right? They're a little behind the times, though. Kids are all into the Pink Princess now. I mean, like, you know. Nope. Huh. Someone left poppers here. You know, you pull the string, and it goes pop. Yeah, I know the ones. You see them a lot around New Year's. Hey, Nick! They might be a clue. Let's take them. Come on, admit it. You just want to pop them, right? Was it that obvious? Poppers. Take them. Suppose couldn't hurt. Huh? Where'd they go? Into my pocket. God damn it. Line up with plastic benches. I guess the idea is you buy a dog and eat it here. Hot dog. For whatever reason, that just took me a second. I was like, why would you buy a dog to eat it? Hello? Doubt anyone would sit here and eat on a day like this, except maybe Maya, if she had a samurai dog. That's fair. I, too, would eat a samurai dog. The trash can is empty. At least the place is well maintained. Huh, I almost didn't see that signpost. Left, boat docks, right, exit. Wow, Gourd Lake is really big. Where's Maya putting all this food? She has hollow legs. No, see, here's the thing, Sober. I am legally not allowed to say anything about that, mostly because we had a discussion last night, and it got to the point where I was told in so many words that it would be a really, really, really good idea to shut the fuck up and just keep going, because I was revealing possibly trade secrets. Problem with the samurai dogs is they look like they have toothpaste on them. Lazy, you're not wrong. They do look like they do have toothpaste on them. Also, welcome in. Good to see ya. How you doing? Colgate dogs. Yes, they do look kind of like Colgate dogs. That would be kind of really nasty. Imagine, if you will, bologna with crest on it. Ah, yes, the woman's stomach codex, forbidden. Yes. Yes, very verboten. Absolutely. I ventured too far. The defense advises to drop the matter to avoid total annihilation. Yes, actually, Spectre was my co-counsel. I'm a woman, where's my stomach codex? Well, welcome in, Lazy. Yeah, my co-counsel yesterday advised that it was a good practice to never bring up the woman's stomach codex. I think it's built in. We're not, listen, we are not allowed to go down this road. And Sober coming in and gifting a sub to Lazy. Sober, thank you so much. And thank you once again to Sophia and to Aylin and to Sober for being so incredibly generous. Really, really appreciate all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Sober Parade 3218 gifted a tier 1 sub to lazy_BT. They have given 30 gift subs in the channel.
Now, it says, oh my dear God. And Lazy BT coming in with a follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, while I do a thing because I'm dumb and I screwed something up, and that's the only reason why I'm staying here for a minute. So Lazy BT, does BT by any chance come from Death Stranding? And does that mean that you are a Lazy BT? Continuing the tradition of A, subs for fun, and B, getting closer to Sewer Pipe Elephant Seal. No, I got no clue what a BT is in that game. Oh, okay. Well, I would highly suggest, and again, it's just a suggestion, that you, when you can, and when you have the time, do yourself a favor and absolutely play Death Stranding, because it is amazing. A creature from another dimension. Sure, we'll go with that. Sure. Why not? Hey, I fixed the thing. Nice. Cleveland? I mean, it is kind of another dimension, isn't it? Ooh, come on. There we go. Okay, much better. I fixed the thing. A vague explanation, by the way. Well, it's not... I mean... There's a lot to it. We'll keep it that way. I don't even know what genre that game is, to be honest, but either way, my PC cannot handle something so resource-intensive. That is completely understandable, actually. Completely understandable, and I get it. It is incredibly resource-intensive. I don't actually kind of really know what genre that would be either. I know a lot of people call it the FedEx or UPS simulator, but it's much more than that. Say, Nick, why is it called Gourd Lake? Oh, well, a long time ago they used to grow gourds here. Whoa, no way! I was sure it was because the lake looked like a gourd when viewed from above. You know, like an hourglass shape. Well, it is shaped like a gourd, actually, but that's just a coincidence. Soft RPG, then, because it's got quests, I assume? I mean, there's really no, like, RPG elements other than, just doing different jobs. But there's so much to the story, it's insane. Like, you start off and you go, okay, walking simulator, haha, FedEx simulator, yada yada yada, right? But there's so much more to it. It's insane. Didn't Kojima say it was a strand game genre, though I am not entirely sure what he means by that. He did say that, or something to that extent. Yes, it is a strand type game, but I could make an assumption, but I don't know with any certainty what he actually means like that by that. Actually, you could classify it as a job genre game. It's so... I wish I could explain it. It's so weird, but it's so good. Like, it's not like... Because I know what you're talking about, and I don't necessarily disagree either, but it's also not even remotely close to the same vein as, like, TCG Card Simulator, or, like the grocery store simulator or fast food simulator or anything like that. You know what I mean? Job Corps, something like Viscera Cleanup, has you play as a cleaner person for places where monstrous shit happened. Also, I'm not being 100... No, I know. I know you're not. It's... It's so hard to explain. It really... I wish I could just, like, go... This is where it is, but I can't. It's so hard to explain, because you're not necessarily wrong. It's just that that's like maybe 10% of everything that's going on, if that makes any sense. Really, really, really weird. I keep meaning to play that. Crime Scene Cleaner was awesome. Crime Scene Cleaner was good. Viscera Cleanup is really, really fun, too. Oh, okay. All right, let's check out these samurai dogs. A hot dog stand, it's closed. The Christmas fringe looks a little half-baked. The banner reads, Samurai Dogs. Somebody needs to redecorate. That is true. I think that's it for this area, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Move. Let's go to the boat rental shop. Ugh. Nick, what is this place? A boat rental shop. Closed for Christmas, it seems. I guess a murder taking place on one of the boats won't be good for business either. Boats? I've never ridden on a boat. Really? Well, how about we go out on one when the trial is finished? Hey, good idea. You bet. Viscera is fun with friends. Unfortunately, none of mine want to play Chore Simulator. That's totally fair. That's kind of the issue that I had with it, too. I loved playing it, and I played it on stream briefly, but the one that people really seem to resonate with, and I can understand why, is Power Wash Simulator. And honestly, that's got to be my favorite out of all of them. A small boat rental shop. Doesn't look like anyone is around. They're probably closed because it's Christmas. I mean, that's fair. It is Christmas. There's some boats floating at the dock. Was one of these boats used in the murder, I wonder? Nick? Huh? I changed my mind. I don't really want to go for a boat ride. She doesn't want to be murdered. Got it. Anything over here? Oop. What was the thing? Oh, there we go. There's more forest off that way. I doubt I'd find any helpful clues in there. Okay. Back to the beach. Into the woods. I like it here, Nick. Look, someone's camping. Whenever I play that game, two words come to mind. Oh, yeah. Listen, I'm excited for Power Wash Simulator 2. I really am. I can't wait for that to come out. I will play the shit out of that. They've got guts camping at the scene of a murder. Hey, Nick! If they were camping here last night, they might know something about the murder. That's true. Good call, Maya. Let's go talk to them. This SUV has seen better days. It's dented all over. I can't believe anyone would drive their car down here. Okay. Interesting. Hey, Nick! What, don't tell me you're hungry again. No. I was just wondering why are camping pots and pans made of aluminum? They didn't talk about that in any of the law books. So there's no law saying they have to be made out of aluminum then? I'm not having this conversation. Too poor and friendless for Power Wash Sim? That's okay, because Power Wash Sim, I'll be playing it when it comes out. Don't worry. You can sit here and relax and just listen to the power washer do its thing. And besides, Power Wash Simulator, the best part about it, you don't need friends because it's just that cathartic. It really is. You could just literally sit there and power wash all day by yourself and be really happy. Mine can be so random. It's so funny. She is random. Trees grow quite thick here. Further back, the trees fade into the shadow where the sunlight can't reach them. The sign says no camping. Funny place to pitch your tent. Wait, what if the sign said no setting tents on fire? I don't think they have signs like that. Oh. There's food and some magazines on the sheet. It takes a pretty tough skin to camp in this cold. Anything else on here I can... No. Okay. We got the woods over there. Yeah. We got the SUV. We got the sign. Okay. Oh. I love how, and this is always really funny, you see the magnifying glass, right? Now, if I go left, everything is perfectly fine. If I go right, I actually get stuck on the menu. I get stuck on the menu, which is okay. This camera has a mic and some sort of attachment. It must take pictures when triggered by a noise. Wow, cool! Let's try it out. Hi, I'm Nick. Maybe I'm not saying it loud enough. Hey, I'm Nick! Stop banging the menu. I'm trying. Huh. Will you stop that? Maybe it's broken? Don't kick it. Maybe it isn't set to respond to voices? Well, what then? These things? The party poppers? Leave it to Maya. Well, it responded. Yeah! Oh, God. Hey, you! Get your hands off of that! Ah. What in the Sam Hill? Look what you done now. There goes a whole roll of film. What? Huh? I'm a bit of an apologist for this character. That's fine. Sorry's nice, but won't pay my bills. Y'all know how much a roll that film costs? I'll pay you back. What were y'all thinking setting off a party popper in a place like this? What? Don't try to play stupid with me just 'cause you think I'm some country bumpkin. Yeah, I know how y'all Yanks think. I say, those southern folks talk with that exaggerated drawl. Why, they must be dumb. Well, let me tell you, just because I might be dumb don't mean we all are. Nick, help! And who are you now? Her chaperone? Yeah, no, rather, we're sort of friends. Just figure out what y'all are gonna say and say it for bejesus's sake. God, I'd rather sit through one of Papa's drawls than listen to you stutter all day. Guess we should pay her for the film. Watch it! Yes, ma'am. On second thought, I'll pay later. I'm really sorry. But when Shadow does voices, there's every chance it'll slip into old Dolphy. Oh yeah, mine's sausage. What? Can't you see I'm changing the film on my camera here? Someone, I'm not naming any names, but someone used up a whole roll. Just because she might be dumb doesn't mean they all are. That is a statement. It is a statement. Sorry. That didn't work. I wonder if I have anything to show her that would get her attention. I do, I just don't know if it's gonna do any good. This is my badge. Huh? Aren't badges supposed to be all shiny and impressive? You a cop or something? I'm a lawyer. What? Y'all ain't gonna try and pull one of them lawsuits on me over that film now. Cause I'll have y'all know I'm a fighter and I wrestle meaner looking things than you. No, that's not it at all. We're here investigating a murder that took place here on the lake. A murder? Sounds cool. Oh no, Aylin, I do the same as Britt just because I'm a borderline socially unacceptable tea-drinking crumpet chewer doesn't mean we all are. Why didn't y'all say that in the first place? Go ahead, ask me anything you like. Finally, some cooperation. You two, y'all can come out of hiding now. I won't bite. Hard. Come to think of it, where did Maya get to? Sorry. I was feeling a little overwhelmed. The culture gap and all. Never you mind, honey. I can talk Yank for you if you if it pleases you. Thanks. I think I'll be okay. Great then. I'm Lotta Hart, but y'all can call me Lotta. I'm here photographing meteor showers for a research project. Mighty pleased to meet you. Okay, let's try this again. So, what is it you do, Lotta? Huh? Me? Y'all don't really want to know that, do you? Actually, I'm a research student at Country U, right in the heart of the Heartland. Wow, neat! Nick, she's a research student at a university, Country U. Oh, so I hear. So, when did you come up here? Let me see. I guess it was about 3 days ago. What are you photographing? Didn't I tell y'all that already? Meteors. Yep, meteor showers. Falling stars? Oh yeah. When was that murder anyway? I ain't seen much television lately. It happened late in the night on Christmas Eve. That's so? Christmas Eve? A man on a boat was shot. Did you see anything? Well, let me see. A boat, you say? And Sophia coming in with 200 biddies. Sophia, thank you so much. Very, very, very generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. Who was it that killed the victim in the samurai one? You're never gonna believe it if I told you. You might... Spectre, you might want to help me out on that one. I reckon I might have seen one. Not sure, though. Y'all gotta remember, I've been watching this here lake for a good 3 days now. I've seen enough boats to choke a mule. Kinda hard to remember which one I seen when. Thank you, Sophia. Really, really appreciate that. That's quite a camera you have there. Y'all better know it. It's German-made, genuine Solingen. Heard you needed help. Yeah, Stover was asking about the end results of the Steel Samurai. I just saw your food porn, and I'm trying to entice you to marry me. That perfectly cooked southern food. You have to marry me. I'm pregnant with your twins. Okay, hang on. We got food porn. Give me a second. Give me a second. Gotta bring up the food porn. Gotta bring it up. Give me a second. This is the food porn in question. Welcome to your first shadow derailment. That's true. It was kind of accidental, actually. It was the victim looking to kill her and blame Powers, but she pushed him to the side and impaled him. Yes. Yep. It was so good, too. It was so good. And I gotta tell you, I love me some lima beans. I do. Oh my god, just like Mama used to make. Oh, love chicken fried steak. Love it, love it, love it. And you will be happy to know my mother and Cowboy Ken Rollins are to thank for the sauce. And lima beans, that's what's convinced me you need to marry me. Oh yeah. I love your mother too. It's true, you take some butter, put it in that pan, get a nice spatula. It's got some slots in it. And you take a little bit of flour, start stirring it up, start, you know, getting all the clumps and everything out in the flour, make a good roux. Canned milk, put that in, stir it really, really fast, get it nice and thick. Then a little bit of salt and a lot of pepper. And there you go. Mother plus food equals perfection. You're not wrong. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. Canned milk always sounds like an insult. It does, but it's so good and so creamy. Oh, it's so good. So yeah, that is lay food porn for today. We have been derailed successfully. Isn't that where they make knives? So what's the device you have stuck to the camera? Huh? Device? Your camera went off all by itself when I fired my party popper. Oh, that. That Mac triggers the shutter whenever it detects certain sounds. There will be some food porn for me this week at some point. Bergie type. Yes. It's programmed to pick up loud noises right now. A programmable camera. Neat. Okay. Camera's rigged to respond to noise, but it only responds to loud noises like a party popper. Okay. There really is kind of a whole lot of nothing. Let's see if I can talk to her more here. No. Do this. See if this does anything. Lotta? Yeah? So, your camera, it triggers on loud explosion noises? Yep. Actually, the victim in the case we're researching, he was shot with a pistol. A pistol? Right. Now, wouldn't a gunshot make a similar noise to our party popper? I guess it would. Your camera didn't get a picture of the murder, did it? Hey! Y'all are pretty bright. Huh? I see what you're saying. Tell you what, I'll have a look-see at my film. It would have been a photo taken late last night. I checked him once, don't remember if there was anything on him, though. But what if I got something? I could be witness to a genuine murder. Yeehaw! I'll go check that film. Y'all come back now, you hear? She went inside her SUV. I guess we should come back later. Yeah? Entrance. Go check on Gumshoe, see if he's got the autopsy. I guess Detective Gumshoe's still in that meeting. Hey! Thanks for coming down, pal. Detective Gumshoe! We just finished the meeting. For better or worse. I get the feeling we're in for some bad news. So how'd the meeting go? I can't tell you, pal. You're a lawyer. True. You know, I don't know what to believe anymore. Sure, Mr. Edgeworth's human like you or me. Still, I get the feeling that if he'd done something wrong, he wouldn't go hiding it. That's just the kind of guy he is. Why can't anyone else see that? So they think that Mr. Edgeworth did it? Well, the trial's starting tomorrow as scheduled. Pixel Pixie, how you doing? Good to see ya. I see. Hey, in the end, you did tell us about the meeting. Don't go telling anyone else, pal. Yes, sir. And do me a favor. Stand by Mr. Edgeworth. He needs help, and you're the one to help him. I'm sure he's got some reason why he won't talk to us. Thanks, Detective Gumshoe. Any favorite characters in this game? Mia. Detective Gumshoe? How come you trust Mr. Edgeworth so much? Well, I'd think that was obvious. We got a strong working relationship, us two. We trust each other, and that's how it works. A working relationship? Is it because of the booba? It might be. You have two good reasons to like her. God damn it. See, Mr. Edgeworth always gets his defendants declared guilty every time. Yeah, his methods might be a little extreme at times, but there's a reason. He trusts our investigation, see? He trusts us to get the right man. That's why I work extra hard, pal. We've got to earn that trust he places in us. I see. Mr. Edgeworth is a man you can trust, and you have my word on that. I was wondering, did you ever get that autopsy report? Oh, that? Yeah, I made a copy for you. Thank you. Read that in a second. Nick? Huh? Can you show me that photo of the victim? That face! Someone you know? I don't know. I just have this feeling that I met him somewhere a long time ago. Do you know anything about the victim yet? No. Still can't ID him. Has Mr. Edgeworth said anything? Not a word. Time of death sometime on the 24th or 25th. Cause 1 bullet shot to the heart. Okay. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank right now. Well, fair enough. It was worth a shot, though. Someone here has a small shrine to Miles Edgeworth in his closet, and I think his name begins with G and ends with Umshoe. Fair. Oh, he's not even here. Oh, shit. Okay. Go back to Gourd Lake. Move. Beach. Woods. Hey, y'all! Lotta! Wait up a sec. We got bingo. Bingo? My automatic camera took 2 pictures last night. Hey! This is them. Take a look. Wait! See? See? He's shooting him with that pistol. It looks like that, yes. But you can't really tell who that is shooting. Yeah, well, there was enough fog out there last night to strangle a bullfrog. But, you know, seeing these photos reminded me of something. What? I saw the murder happen. I'm a witness. What? Are you serious? Of course. How do you forget? Never mind. Y'all reckon I should tell the cops? Yeah. I reckon so. What's that? Now don't y'all go trying to mock my accent. I'm a sensitive lady. Hey, so I'm off to talk to the cops. Y'all can have this photo. Later. Wait, Lotta. What? Can't y'all see I'm kind of busy? Tell us what you saw too, please. Nice try, honey, but I wasn't born yesterday. I'm a witness, and that means I'm on the side of justice, and that means the cops. I'd sooner eat the south side of a northbound skunk than tell you. Lotta! Don't let it get your skivvies in a bunch. Friends today, enemies tomorrow. Or was that the other way around? No matter, I'm gone. Hey, maybe they'll let me do something testifying. Hot darn. She left. Well, that's one more witness. What do we do now, Nick? Well, if she saw something, there's not much we can do about it. Question is, what exactly did she see? I guess we'll find out in the trial tomorrow. Right. Gourd Lake is giving me an unexpected and unholy desire for pumpkin spice. No! No! Don't give in. Do not become a Karen. You do that, and before you know it, you're going to be lining up in Starbucks, and you're going to be yelling at the barista to, you know, speak to the manager, because, you know, you didn't get your pumpkin spice latte with extra foam and extra water. Must engage basic bitch mode. Or you didn't get enough caramel on top of the whipped cream with the foam in your pumpkin spice latte. I'm telling you, it all it takes is one. That's it. It just takes one. Expensive looking camera faces the lake. Next to it is a large microphone and a blue plastic sheet. Looks like a computer is attached to the camera. Where is the computer? It's probably under the sheet, which I can't see, because why wouldn't I be able to? Got it. No, 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 no. Okay. Help, it's overtaking me. I can feel it. The Karen must speak to me. No, you're fine. Shush. Don't worry about it. Just think good thoughts. Think happy thoughts, like, you know, defending Holy Terra for the Emperor. Just get right back in there. The Emperor protects. Here, I'll even give you some music. Just hang on. Just hold tight. You can do it. Just give me 1 second. Let it seep into your veins. Come on, snap out of it, man. This is Halo. Sung by Gregorian chanters. I have a new urge to beat the shit out of the Covenant. Nice. Wait, we have to be sure though. We hang on. We have to be sure. We have to help him as much as possible. we have to. That's how this works. Hang on. Just hold tight. You'll be fine. Hang on. It's coming. Save us, Freddy! Now I have an urge to wear gold like or short shorts instead. Fuck! Okay, this clearly isn't working. Wait, I fucked up. Hang on. I gotta think of something. Halo was a good start. Queen didn't go so well. No, you stopped it. I mean, I was okay. I'm trying to help, and it's not helping sober. He's having a crisis of conscience. Trying to think. What else? What else do we have? Oh shit! I know. Hang on. Whoa, 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 whoa! We got it. I got this. I got this. I got this. I got this. This'll absolutely take you out of it. I got this. Don't worry about it. I think we saved him. Devour a python. Oh god, I hate that sentence immediately. God damn it. Hang on, wait. I can fix this. Give me a second. We're gonna have to... Jesus, we're really gonna have to go to some drastic things here. Okay, so this is... there are so many things that are hard to explain with this, but we're going with it anyway. You'll understand. Did it work? Is that cause? Absolutely, it's cause. It's 100% cause. Who the hell else would it be? I used to like you. Listen, I didn't say it. Cause did. It's not my fault. I needed to think of something. It worked, mostly because I'm trying not to swallow my own tongue laughing. Oh, thank God. Okay, we're fine. Saved. Totally saved. Okay, we're good. We almost lost him, but we're fine. Okay. Looks like the police have given up their interviewing. Hey! Oh my God. Nick, I think Santa's mad at you. Long time no see, Nick. Nick, you know Santa? Wow. Nick and Saint Nick. Hey, I see the connection. Don't be ridiculous. Dude, it's me. Larry. What are you doing here? Oh, there's no audio. Oops. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, both Spectre and Lazy. Thank you so much. Isn't it obvious? I'm working my day job. I sell samurai dogs. Want one? Gotta get money for dates. You know, my girl Kiance deserves best. Fiancé? Not another model, I hope. Oh, Fiancé's a fine, fine woman, Nick. It was her idea that I wear this costume. She was all, you go, girlfriend, you know? She bought this costume for me. That's great, Larry. Wow, a Santa costume. She must be really nice. Whoa, cute. Nick, who's she? She's not your... Not my... What? No, she's not. I'm his partner, Maya Fey. I'm, the little sister. Sister? Huh. Wow, Nick must be tough. Working 9 to 5, having to take care of a little sister? No, I'm not Nick's sister. I'm my older sister's little sister. Huh. Sounds great. Don't worry, Maya, he's not listening. Hey, Larry. There was a murder here last night, and since you work here, have you heard anything? Nick, you're wasting your time. Last night was Christmas Eve. He was with Fiancé, obviously. He wouldn't have been standing out here in the cold. Oh. I think what you just said caught him off guard, Maya. No, it's just... Fiancé is not in town right now. She's in Hawaii on a photo shoot. A model. I knew it. Well, anyway, there was a murder here on the lake. Trial's tomorrow. Huh. Neat. The defendant is Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. Nick? Why would Larry know Edgeworth? Whoa, Nick! You don't mean that Miles Edgeworth? Old Edgy? Yeah, he's a murder suspect. Whoa! Murder? Huh? You know Mr. Edgeworth, Larry? Yeah, of course. Edgy was in the same class as us in grade school. What? Larry maybe never imply that kind of stuff about a 17-year-old again, thank you, right? So, Mr. Edgeworth was your classmate, Larry? Yeah, Nick, him, and I used to hang out all the time. Wow, I never knew. Don't get me wrong, he's always been kind of a stick in the mud. Studying all the time, trying to be like father. Like his father? Yeah, Edgy's pop was a famous defense lawyer back in the day. Wow. Wait, you said defense lawyer? Yeah. Wait a second. But Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecuting attorney. What? Edgy's got a proboscis on his knee? No, he's a prosecuting attorney. That's like the total opposite of a defense lawyer. Huh. Go figure. You always used to talk about defending the weak who were unable to defend themselves. Man, he used to go on and on about a man's duty to society and all that. What a bore. Wonder what changed his mind, though. Do you know, Nick? Nick? Tell me about the dogs. Huh? Oh, you mean the samurai dogs. Why are they samurai dogs? I mean, they kind of look gourd-shaped. Oh, well, originally they were gourd dogs. You know, like guard dogs? Ouch. The samurai thing was Fiancé's idea. Oh, she's my woman, you know. She was all, change the name and you go girlfriend. She made me that banner. Man, the kids can't get enough of those samurai dogs. Something about that just seems wrong. Oh, guess what? We're getting a ton of customers here at the lake, what with the big news. The big news? Yeah, Gordy. Gordy? What's Gordy? Huh? You mean you don't know? It's here, in this very lake. A giant, mysterious monster. Gordy. Monster? Yeah. Check it out. This is an article from yesterday's newspaper. There's a photo. Wow, it's really real. Oh boy. Nick, a monster! A real monster! Yeah. It's probably just a log or something, right? Hey, there's a quote here from a person who took the photo. What's this? I set the camera to automatic, and when we got into the frame, I heard a loud bang like an explosion, followed by the sound of something slipping into the water. I wish I could have seen it! Why would there be a sound like an explosion? Larry, could I borrow this article from you? Oh, sure, no problem. That'll be $1 million. $1 million? Grow up, Larry. It's Nessie's cousin, Bussy? And Mongo coming in for 35 months. Thank you so much, Mongo. How you doing, buddy?
Keanu Samurai.
Keanu Samurai, that's right. All we are is dust in the wind, dude. Now, give a big San Dimas welcome to Socrates Johnson and Billy the Kid Mitchell. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. We're just... What are these references? What? Bill and Ted? Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure? Wild Stallions! Except they can't play guitar to save their lives? You've never seen Bill and Ted? What? Comedy isn't my most liked genre. Well, I mean, that's fair, but it's still a good movie. Actually, honestly, there's 3 movies. 2 of them are really good. The last one, it's not bad, but yeah. Oh my god. I'm gonna have a brain aneurysm. Okay. Hang on. Just hang. God, Jesus. Bless the Lord Jesus and the shepherds. Hang on. All I know is Rosario Dawson is in 1. Yes, she's in the 3rd one.
Well,
okay. 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Not bad.
welcome to the future. San Dimas, California, 2688. And I'm telling you, it's great here. The air is clean. The water's clean.
Double audio, sorry.
Even the dirt is clean. Bowling averages are way up. Mini golf scores are way down. And we have more excellent water slides than any other planet we communicate with. I'm telling you, this place is great. But it almost wasn't. You see, 700 years ago, the 2 great ones ran into a few problems. So now I have to travel back in time to help them out. If I should fail to keep these 2 on the correct path, the basis of our society will be in danger. Don't worry, it'll all make sense. I'm a professional.
I'm Bill S. Preston, Esquire. And I'm Ted Oh, great. Bill, here, you take it. Okay. And I'm Ted Theodore Logan. Yeah! And we're Wild Stallions! Guess we used too much power. I liked it. Ted, while I agree that in time our band will be most triumphant, the truth is, Wild Stallions will never be a super band until we have Eddie Van Halen on guitar.
Yes, Bill, but I do not believe we will get Eddie Van Halen until we have a triumphant video.
Ted, it's pointless to have a triumphant video before we even have decent instruments.
Well, how can we have decent instruments when we don't really even know how to play?
That is why we need Eddie Van Halen.
And that is why we need a triumphant video.
Excellent!
There you go. There's Bill and Ted. That's all you need to know. And the would you... Oh, yeah, that one, the would you fuck me scene. That's the goodbye horses scene from Silence of the Lambs. Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me so hard. No, I know which scene you're... Yeah, so... Okay. In Clerks 2, Jay does the tuck, and he does the thing that Wild Bill does in Silence of the Lambs because the song Goodbye Horses came on their boombox. Okay, now I'm terrified. Are you about a size 14? Yeah, so Silence of the Lambs is where that was first done. And then he also, you know, he was the same one who did It Puts the Lotion in the Basket. It puts the lotion in the basket or else it gets the hose again. I am a size 14. What's gonna happen to me? Put the fucking lotion in the basket. There you go. That's what's gonna happen. Nixon never had lotion. Well, I'm not a crook. I don't think there's anything else to examine here, right? No. No, there's nothing else here, and I can't move over to the other side anyway. Entrance, I think. Yeah. Then criminal affairs, I would assume. Not a gumshoe in sight. If you're looking for Detective Gumshoe, he's in the questioning room. Apparently an important witness turned up. He'll be in there a while. Lot of heart. It has to be. Uh-oh. Damn it. These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I'd expect. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. That's fair. They should be out detecting. This must be the chief of the detectives here. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Gord Lake? Gordy sighted? I don't believe it. Shouldn't you be reading something more important? Hey, is that the police department's mascot? That's the Blue Badger. It was my idea. I made it. It's my mascot. I see. How nice. I'll get him assigned mascot of the Criminal Affairs Department if it's the last thing I do. Good luck. A poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. I, too, like a good Babes in Uniform calendar. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Move in the crowd, wear drab clothes, never enter the target's field of vision. He must be doing image training for trailing. This makes a lot more sense in Japan, where mascots for things are a lot more common. This is true. This is very true. I'm not gonna lie, I almost gave this guy the Christopher Walken voice, but I didn't, specifically because he's literally a nobody, and it would just be wasted. Damn, there is nothing else, huh? Nothing there, so we'll go back to Gourd Lake. Public beach. No, he's got nothing. Move. There's one guy coming up who could probably use the voice. I hope so. No. 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 I'm just double checking everything before I go back to the office, only because I don't know if I'm going to be able to come back before the trial. Yeah, I'm thinking I head to my office too, because there's literally nothing here. Just making sure. You know how it goes. What is it? It's not office detention center. Well, I went to the detention center and Edgeworth isn't there, so... Oh. Nothing. Just something's been bothering me. Could you show me that autopsy report once more? Oh, no, you're fine, Lazy. Don't worry about it. Hey! I remember now. This guy. He's a lawyer that was at that office Mia worked at. I met him once when I was there to hang out with Sis. That office? Wait! You mean Grossberg's office? Right, that guy. That was the last name I expected to come up. Maybe I should go talk to him, for old time's sake. Ah, that old familiar clearing of the throat. Aha! You're Mia's something, are you not? I was her understudy, yes. Phoenix Wright. Aha! And you're Mia's something too, are you not? Her little sister, yes. You've grown. You've come to look a lot like your sister, you know. It takes me back. Ah, the days of my youth. Like the scent of a fresh lemon, you see. Mr. Grossberg, sir? Ah, yes, I beg your pardon. Of course, you came here to discuss something. What is it, then? Something the matter? There was a murder last night. A murder? You haven't heard? I, just got up, you see. Well, Miles Edgeworth shot someone with a pistol. Edgeworth? What? Who did he shoot? Well, the identity of the victim is still unknown. This is terrible news indeed. I guess he hadn't heard anything. We'll ask about the painting again. Mr. Grossberg, whatever happened to that painting? Oh, yes. I do not think it shall ever be coming back home to this office. I can't exactly claim it as stolen. I suppose it's my just desserts. Old, bitter desserts. Strange. I feel as though I've seen this man somewhere before. Ah! Did you remember? He was a lawyer, here in my office. It's Hammond. Robert Hammond. Not to be confused with Richard from the hit TV show Top Gear, or the other hit TV show, The Grand Tour on Amazon Prime. Mr. Hammond? And you say this is the man Miles Edgeworth shot? So this is the moment the crime took place, eh? Yes. You can't really say for sure that's Edgeworth. I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Not sure at all. Robert Hammond is one of the very, very few AA actors with a name that isn't meaningful. Huh. Interesting. That I did not know. My apologies. I'm not sure I can help you with that. So this camera on the lake takes a photo whenever it hears an explosion sound. That's what she said. And it just happened to be set up on the beach, pointing out on the lake. Yes, she said it was to photograph shooting stars. Shooting stars. Explosions. What's the connection? I'd be suspicious of this witness of yours. That's actually kind of a good point. Who is this Hammond guy, anyway? Mr. Hammond. He was the defense attorney in that case. That case? Yes, the DL6 incident. DL6? Why does that sound so familiar? Because it's the one with Mia and Maya's mother. Perhaps you remember? I'm sure someone mentioned it during the trial of Mia's murder. That was the incident where the police were so at a loss they used a spirit medium. Wait, you don't mean... Was that medium my mother? Yes, my dear. The spirit medium, Misty Fey, your mother, contacted the spirit of the victim. But the case was a loss. No conviction was made. Phoenix seems to have the memory of a goldfish sometimes, though I know it's for the sake of the game. Oh, yeah, absolutely. The DL6 incident, yes. Happened 15 years ago. Very strange case indeed. They never caught the criminal, right? Correct. Misty Fey used her powers to talk to the spirit of the late victim. The testimony led to charges being laid against one man. But Mr. Hammond won the case and the suspect was declared innocent. And the police blamed my mother, calling her a fraud. You were the one who helped her out then, right, Mr. Grossberg? Yes. Yes, quite. Thank you. No, please. Don't mention it. DL6. Never thought I'd hear that name again. But wait. What does that case have anything to do with Mr. Edgeworth? It has everything to do with Mr. Edgeworth, my dear. The victim in the DL6 incident was none other than his father, Gregory Edgeworth. What? His father? If you want to know more, you should ask him yourself. Show him this. I'm sure he'll talk to you. Wait. This is a photograph of my mother. Okay. His death happened in August or September. It's now December. I don't think it's too far-fetched to forget the details when the most significant thing that happened at the time was his boss's death. Well, I mean, fair, but also it was tied in with her death. Because we had to do all the investigating and digging around and so on, right? Plus, that's also when we met, Mia. Or, sorry, not Mia. That's when we met Maya. So we got the whole family history thing that happened. The victim in this case also is defense attorney in the DL6 incident. Okay. Well, let's check everything again. Yeah. Hey, Nick, I want a desk like that in our office, too. I don't know. I don't think I'm ready to sit at a desk like that yet. Huh? I meant for me. You'd better start saving your allowance, then. An expensive potted plant. Yeah. I think our Charlie is cuter. Right. He's a really cute plant. We should put things on our client table, too. I'm not really into smoking. We could put out candy or gum. Classy. That's fair. Let's just check everything. Why is the wall here a different color? A big painting was hanging there until recently. Huh. What happened to it? Well, he gave it to someone. I bet he gave it to some romantic interest. Love blooms eternal, Nick. Yeah. Well then, let's take them back to our office. He won't miss them. We don't need them. Then we can take that wooden bear? It is kind of cute. Phoenix forgets things very commonly, but it's done to refresh the memory for the player too. Still, I just think it's funny. No, that's fair. I know the real reason for the player's sake, but it's fun to speculate a bit in-universe reasons despite... No, that's true. It is. I agree. We got everything here. We showed him everything we could. Well, let's use this. Misty Faye. Mother of Mia and Maya Faye. Show this photograph to Miles Edgeworth. He'll have something to say to you then. Aha, Miles Edgeworth, got it. What's this? I was hoping you'd gotten my message the first time. Edgeworth, what about your defense? It's no concern of yours. Guess he hasn't found anyone yet. Edgeworth? It's only been a matter of hours since you last visited. Yet you've made incredible progress in your investigation. I'll admit it, I'm impressed, right? You were always single-minded in your work, though. Once you start on something, you always see it through, don't you? About the DL6 incident. Right, DL6. I didn't want you to find out about it. That is why I refused your offer to defend me. I'm sorry if it sounded like I thought you weren't up to the job. I just wanted to keep you away from DL6. So, do you still think it would have been better for me to stay away? I don't know. But, I see no point in hiding anything from you now. Very well. Ask whatever you like and I will answer to the best of my abilities. Nice. The DL6 incident was when my father died. Right before my eyes. He was shot and killed and I saw it all. My memories from that time are foggy. I suppose it's a self-defense mechanism. In any case, a suspect was arrested, a man. It's pretty clear he was the only one who could have killed my father. The spirit medium they used to talk to my late father said the same thing. It was an attorney by the name of Robert Hammond that cleared the suspect's name. And Hammond is the victim in the Gourd Lake murder? Oh wait, sorry, and Hammond is the victim in the Gourd Lake murder? Correct. That spirit medium, that was my mom. What? You mean you're... It's strange. I thought that terrible incident was about to end, and now... this. About to end? The DL6 incident happened 15 years ago. 15 years ago on December 28th. December 28th? The statute of limitations on the case runs out in 3 days. What? Nick? What does that mean? When a case's statute of limitations runs out, legally the case never happened. 3 days from now, DL6 will be closed forever. Oh, shit. What happened to the suspect? The one who got off innocent? I don't know. He disappeared from public view. No one knows where to. If he's still alive, he'd be about 50 years old now. I guess I can understand why he'd go into hiding. It'd be hard to live a normal life after being a murder suspect in such a big case. So was your father a lawyer? He was. Gregory Edgeworth. He was quite famous at the time, apparently. So you were sort of trying to follow in his footsteps? I'd rather not talk about it. Who would have thought there'd be a photo? Edgeworth, did you shoot him? What do you think, Wright? I don't think you're the kind of person to point a gun at anyone, no. So you didn't shoot him? No, I didn't. It wasn't me. Right. It pains me to ask you this now. I know, you want us to defend you. Yes. Will you? Fucking A, absolutely. Safe to say today you won't be able to finish this case. No, I didn't think so. Who could have guessed this day would come? Not me. This is my chance to finally pay you back. Pay him back? Pay me back? For what? I don't remember ever doing anything for you. Never mind. I guess you don't really need to know. Huh. My letter of request. Please give it to Detective Gumshoe. Nice. Well, I guess we should. Huh? What's that? Earthquake? Nick! It's a big one. What? It's calming down. Huh. That was scary. Huh? Where's Edgeworth? There. He's on the floor in a ball, shivering. I guess he doesn't do so well with earthquakes. I've heard of running, but curling up in a ball? Well, I guess we're done. Mr. Edgeworth doesn't seem like he's going to stand up anytime soon. Let's go, Nick. Right. We have to give Edgeworth's letter of request to Detective Gumshoe. What's going on here? What's wrong, Detective? This wild lady comes in here just a while ago, says she came to talk to y'all after hearing what Mr. Wright had to say. What's this all about, pal? Lot of heart. Why are you going around finding more witnesses? You want to give Mr. Edgeworth a death sentence, pal? No, not at all. Just, I mean, she did see something. There's nothing I can do about that. I can't go around covering up evidence. You trying to say something about the way I do my job? No, sir. Look what I got. Hey, you did it, pal. Glad I waited till the last minute to file those papers. I'll rip them up and start new ones for you. Thanks, Detective. Well, see you in court tomorrow, then. Good luck, pal. Hey, you guys feel that earthquake a little while back? I was worried. Worried? We're fine. I lived out here my whole life. I'm pretty used to them by now. No, I wasn't worried about you two. I was worried about Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, right. He did seem to overreact a little now that you mention it. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. It was a pretty big quake. I'm gonna go check on him. You two go eat and get your rest for tomorrow's trial. Later. I wonder what it is with Mr. Edgeworth and earthquakes. I wonder. He was never that scared of them when he was in school. Then again, I only really got to know him in the 4th grade. He transferred to another school after that. I wonder what happened to Edgeworth. You know what? So far, I'm actually liking this case. So far, I'm actually really digging this one. I like this one. This is one of the best cases, to be honest. No kidding. Okay. This is my first time playing through any of this. So, yeah, I'm a complete noob dunce idiot. Just coming up with dumb voices for everybody. You haven't seen nothing yet? Ooh, okay. Karma? That's right. Manfred von Karma. He's the best prosecutor there is. He hasn't lost a case in his 40-year career. He is a god of prosecution, right? A god. Not a single case? He'll do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything. Sounds like someone else I know, Edgeworth. You don't understand. I mean, he'll really do anything. Manfred von Karma is a man to be feared. That's quite a claim coming from someone who forges evidence. He taught me what it really means to prosecute. What? Just picture a prosecutor as vicious as me multiplied by a factor of 10. So was he your teacher then, Mr. Edgeworth? Something like that. And now he's trying to get you found guilty? What a creep! Oh wait, maybe he's planning on losing on purpose to help you out. Not a chance. He hasn't lost one in 40 years. 40 years. He's as ruthless as me, times 20. Well, that's pretty ruthless. Like I said, he's a god among prosecutors. I guess that's something like Mia was to me. Speaking of Mia, Maya? Uh-huh. We could really be using Mia's help right now, don't you think? Oh. I can't. Sorry, I tried, I really tried, but I couldn't reach. You couldn't reach? I think it's because I haven't been training. My powers are weak again. Oh man, what bad timing. I'm really sorry. I'll try my best. I hope so. What are you whispering about? Oh, it's nothing. Well, it's time. Let's head in. Ooh, stretching. Ooh. Hang on, I'm just stretching. Oh, God. My back just cracked and it felt amazing. Not as spicy as yesterday's neck crack, but still really good. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Miles Edgeworth. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Spectre, is this the person you were talking about? For the voice? You heard that crack too? I love when I crack my spine and it's like I've unlocked a new movement ability, right? Mr. Von Karma, is the prosecution ready? Fool. You seriously think that I would stand here were I not completely prepared? Right, my apologies. He's even got the judge scared. Very well, your opening statement, please. Decisive evidence. A decisive witness. What else could possibly be required? Nothing, of course. That should be fine. The prosecution may call its first witness. What's with this guy? Is he royalty or something? How am I supposed to fight against this? I call the detective in charge of this case, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Okay, Gumshoe's first. Let's see how this goes. Describe the incident. Now. Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe looks nervous. Please take a look at the map. Plus 10-degree angles to radial movement. Yes! So true, Lazy. The murder happened late Christmas Eve around midnight. There was one boat in the very middle of the lake. There were 2 men on the boat. Now, there happened to be a woman camping here on the edge of the lake. At 12:10 a.m., she heard 2 pistol shots. Then the boat started to move. It went towards the boat rental shop. Testify to the court about the arrest. Now. Wait, Mr. Von Karma. Yes. Actually, I'm the one that's supposed to be handling these proceedings. Wrong. There's only one thing you need to do here. You will slam your gavel and say the word guilty. That is your role. Yes, of course, you're quite right. No, he's not. A man called into the station around 30 minutes after midnight. We headed to the scene of the crime as fast as we could. That's where we found Mr. Edgeworth. Now, I didn't suspect him of anything at all. But the next morning, a body was found in the lake. So we had to arrest Mr. Edgeworth. I see. Very well. Begin your cross-examination, attorney. Now. You received a call from a man. Yep. But you said there was a woman camping there. She was the one who heard the 2 gunshots, right? That woman and the man who called in the report are 2 different people, obviously. Different people? There were 2 witnesses. Their testimonies were quite similar, however. Today, I summoned the woman who was camping. The woman who was camping? A lot of heart. What happened next, detective? How long was it between receiving the report and your arrival at the lake? Well, I'd say it was about 3 minutes. That's pretty fast. Our motto for the month is, get there quick. Detective, you will refrain from casually revealing department secrets. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. I look forward to your next year's salary review. So much to look forward to these days. This is no time for dejected daydreaming. Continue. Yes, sir. What was Mr. Edgeworth like when you saw him then? Well, from what I saw, he looked pretty relaxed. Not like a murderer at all, really. Detective, the court requires the facts, not your opinion. How many years have you been on the force? Facts only, detective. Hard, cold, objective facts. Yes, sir. Man, he's got his share of objections. Why didn't you think he was suspicious? You should know. We have a deep, trusting relationship with the prosecutors. Detective, the court isn't interested in your musings. Deep trusting poppycock. I've never heard so many flippant comments from an active detective on the force. Detective Gumshoe doesn't look so good. Continue now. Did you find any clues on the body? A single bullet was recovered from the body. He was shot through the heart, fatally. Judge, here's the bullet. It didn't strike bone, so its shape is well preserved. Very well, the court accepts this bullet into evidence. .22 caliber pistol, okay. Why is that? Well, we found the murder weapon in the boat. The murder weapon? A pistol. Detective Gumshoe, that is a vital piece of information. Please revise your testimony. Right. Sorry, Your Honor. The murder weapon we found in the boat was decisive evidence. What about the pistol made it decisive evidence? Tisk. 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 Ah, he has the same evil laugh as Edgeworth. There were fingerprints on the pistol found in the boat. They were clear prints from Mr. Edgeworth's right hand. What? Order, order! So, Mr. Edgeworth's fingerprints were found on the murder weapon. Yes, Your Honor. Judge, this is the weapon in question. Accepted into evidence. Why was it fired 3 times? There were only 2 shots. People only heard 2 shots. It was fired 3 times. Also, how the hell would they know that it was fired 3 times? You can't find that. You can't figure that out unless you counted the actual rounds in the magazine. And even then, at best, that's speculatory, because somebody could easily just unload 3 rounds from the magazine, no problem. Members of the court, we now have the pistol used in the murder and the bullet found in the body. Detective. Yes, sir. Was the bullet found in the body fired from this pistol? And there's some way to tell from the gunpowder. I don't know shit about guns. You can tell that somebody was holding a gun and that they fired it because of the residue that comes out of, if you're, well, let's say if you're looking at a revolver. Revolvers are very, very dirty. Because when you fire it, there is blowback that comes from the cylinder and it ends up on your hand. The same thing does happen when it comes to automatic pistols like this one, because the slide comes back and the casing for the bullet ejects, but that also leaves a lot of what they call GSR, or gunshot residue. And again, it usually lands like in the webbing between the thumb and forefinger. So you can tell that somebody fired a gun. You can tell by the temperature of a gun that the gun has been fired, especially if it's still smoking. But unless somebody can visibly or audibly verify that it was fired 3 times, there's no definitive way to prove that something was fired that many times. Unless you find something like the shell casings. That'd be about it. Yes, the ballistic markings on the bullet match the pistol. Hey, Nick. What does she mean ballistic? What does he mean ballistic markings? Shocking. Well, imagine someone here does not know something as basic as ballistic markings. Nick, he's glaring at me. Very well. I'll explain. Actually, Judge, you do it. Eh? Me? Ballistic markings are like the fingerprints of a gun. Barrel leaves distinctive marks on each bullet it fires. This is true. You can examine these ballistic fingerprints to see which gun fired the shot. I was thinking more from the gunpowder on the gun, but I guess that'd still be rather far-fetched, even if possible. So, here's the thing, right? When it comes to gunpowder on the gun, it doesn't really show much of anything, and there's a reason. It's because there are several different types of ammunition, and all ammunition is loaded with different volumes of gunpowder. Right? So what ends up happening is when you fire a gun, and I wish I could show you, but obviously it's quite against TOS to show any sort of weapon like an actual gun on camera. But when you fire a gun, the top part of the gun, the slide, shoots back. But because the way that the gun itself is designed, whatever residue is left is actually trapped inside the gun. So the only stuff that comes out is what's called GSR, which is gunshot residue. Which is what ends up on the person's hand. Now, if it was a revolver, you may get a little bit of gunpowder maybe on your hand, but that's because, unfortunately, with a revolver, it's basically open to everything. So whatever doesn't get combusted inside the bullet casing just kind of goes and just spreads out. It's almost like a black cloud hits you. But unfortunately, that also still doesn't prove much of anything, because it very well just could be that somebody was very, very negligent and never cleaned their gun. They do. They get insanely unclean very, very, very fast. And depending on the type of gun, the type of revolver that you're firing, and you will actually see, because I've fired plenty of revolvers, you'll actually see and feel the black cloud hit you in the chest when you fire. It's not uncommon. Like, if you were to wear a white shirt when you go shooting and you're firing a revolver, it would definitely not be uncommon to just have this really big black line across your chest where the black cloud hits. I'm not American enough to have this knowledge, but it's interesting to me. Fair enough. Totally fair. And what they're talking about here, which is the fingerprints, I guess you could call it, from a gun. Basically what it is the inside of a gun is bored. Which means that basically it has like a spiral cut into the barrel itself. What this does is it allows exhaust gases to escape but not interfere with the bullet, and it actually helps the bullet spin. So, when you have a manufacturer, they make it to their specific settings, but each manufacturer is different. And because of the way that it's machined, it will actually end up showing scratches on the bullet itself, because now the bullet has to travel down the barrel. So what it's actually picking up is it's picking up these scratches that are from the machining inside the barrel. Is that why some shooters have to cover their faces if they're trying to be careful, or amateurs? What do you mean if they're trying to be careful? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by, like, what if they're trying to be careful of revolvers. Like, just trying to keep, like, GSR out of their face? I think it means because revolvers get you so dirty. I mean, they can. They definitely can. It's typically not... let me put it this way. It's not like watching, say, like a Tom and Jerry cartoon where, say, Tom comes out and he goes to fire a revolver at Jerry and the thing backfires and then his face is just completely black. It's not going to be like that. But what will happen is you won't be able to see it, but you will get GSR on your face. So, like, let's say after a day of firing, you go back home and you take, like, say, one of those cleansing pads and you wipe it on your forehead or your cheeks or your nose. That cleansing pad will absolutely end up black, for sure. Like, if they're accustomed to their revolver, so they won't hold it the right way, so they might have marks on their face because they're stupid. I mean, like, streaks? Oh, no. So, the streak stuff, if you're holding it the right way, chances are you're probably going to get GSR all over you, right? That's just how it works. Even if you hold a revolver sideways, why you would do that, I don't know. But even if you hold a revolver sideways, you're still going to get that blowback. 100% you are. You can't get around it. It's literally, I wish there was a video I could point to, but literally when that hammer drops, there are two things that happen when you fire a revolver. One, you hear a really, really, really big bang. Two, you see this, it almost looks like coming out from all directions from the cylinder being the center, this like black mushroom cloud sometimes, depending on how dirty the ammo is, right? That just kind of comes out everywhere. And the final thing is when you get hit, not only with the recoil, but the blowback of the GSR, depending on exactly how much punch that bullet had, you could end up with basically what feels like getting hit with a case of the flu for about half a second. And what I mean by that is, you know how, like, when all of a sudden you get the symptoms of a flu and you get that, like, really dizzy sinking feeling, and it really, like, it may take like a couple of minutes, but all of a sudden you just feel really dizzy and woozy. All of a sudden, it's like that, but it happens and it's over in about half a second. And it really depends on the type of ammo, right? And it depends on what specifications the ammunition manufacturers make their bullets to. So it can vary drastically. It could be that you fire it and it's a really clean bullet and you don't notice anything. You'll still get it on your shirt or on your face, but you won't really notice it. But every once in a while, you'll get this really dirty bullet and it's just all over the place. Indeed. This leads to one inevitable conclusion. The bullet found in the victim's heart was, without a doubt, fired from this pistol. This pistol, which, as you recall, was recovered with the defendant's own fingerprints. Order! Order! This is bad. This makes it look like Edgeworth did it. Well, Judge, I'd say it's almost decisive, yes. Honestly, I could declare a verdict at this point. However, you wish to hear the witness speak, no doubt. Very well. I am somewhat fatigued, and so I will take a brief break. I will call my witness after the recess, which will last 10 minutes. Judge. Yes? What are you doing? 10-minute recess, now! But wait, Just bang your flimsy gavel and get on with it, man. Yes. This court will take a 10-minute recess. Who's running this court anyway? Ooh, actually, wait a minute. I think I can, because it's not a live gun, which is a good thing. And I'm not going to put my gun on camera, because that would just be really stupid. But, hang on. I can pull up a picture, and I can show you what I'm talking about in terms of, like, where stuff ends up going in terms of the same style. It's an automatic, right? I know people are making fun of it, but I'm a little concerned about Sims 4. Now it's sold to people who aren't open with LGBTQ folk, or just my last rant. I'm feeling tilted today. Hey, I get it, dude. It's tough. I understand. Oh, perfect, abs. Actually, I found it. Okay. This is perfect. Right. So, here we go. This is not my gun, but this is a gun that is very, very similar to mine, right? So if you see, please, I don't want to see your gun flopping around. Thank you. So if you see here, right, there's a certain type of finish on it, and that's all well and fine. So it is blacked out. It's got a little bit of a patina in it, and that's all well and fine. But you can clearly see the burn marks right here, where the bullet, or I should say where the bullet casing and the hammer came into contact with one another, and where all the gunpowder detonates, right? Which is all well and fine. So what happens is, and I wish I had the inside of the barrel, but you see all this like grime in here where there are points that are sliding? That, and inside the, like in the underside of this slide, that's typically where a lot of that gunshot residue ends up, which is why when you go and you fire a pistol, whether it be at a firing range or you're hunting or whatever, all these little bitty bits and pieces plus the frame itself can actually end up just caked, depending on how much you end up firing it. So let me do this. Let's just do barrel. Can I find a good... I don't know if I can find a good picture of the actual inside of the barrel. I don't know if I can. Barrel interior, maybe? I don't know if it's gonna show it. Crap. I don't think it will. Let's do barrel thread. See if that comes up. Okay, you can kind of see it. So, it doesn't really matter what they're actually trying to show here, because that's not what I'm trying to show. But long story short, this is the inside of the barrel. And you see right in here, I'll zoom in a little bit more. Okay, you see right in here how there's this, like, these two diagonal lines? That right there is the thread of the barrel. This is where the exhaust gases from the detonation of the gunpowder ends up traveling, and what it does is it goes all the way up and around, and then it comes back down, and it spirals the entire barrel. And usually there's more than one. There could be anywhere between, say, like 2 or 4 of these, depending on the manufacturer, right? So for instance, you can see another one right here. It's barely visible, and then there's like another one that's kind of hard to see, but it's like right here where this dark line is. So there could be anywhere between 2, 4, 6. It depends on how crazy they want to get with it or whatever. But what that does is, on top of the exhaust gases being funneled through here, it gives enough clearance for the bullet to travel down the barrel, and it also helps the bullet spin, because a bullet does not come out just going straight on. It's actually twisting and spinning the entire time so that it stays as straight as possible while it flies through the air, which is why, again, different gun manufacturers manage this threading differently. The other thing, too, and this is why, again, you always clean your gun after you take it out shooting, is because the inside of the barrel literally looks like, you know, Tom's face, like from Tom and Jerry, when, say, the gun backfires and it's just black soot all over his face. On Glocks, they're polygonal, like hexagon shaped. Yeah. And again, it depends on the gun manufacturer. I'm just using the type of gun that I have because I'm very familiar with it, just to kind of show what I'm talking about. So this is what's called an automatic pistol, right? It's called an automatic pistol because what it means is the hammer itself doesn't need to be cocked back every time you go to fire. So what it is you put the magazine in the bottom, you rack the slide so that it loads, and then when you rack the slide, what ends up happening is this hammer draws back. When you pull the trigger, what happens is this slide goes shooting back after the bullet casing, or I should say the gunpowder is detonated. So the force of the gunpowder detonating inside the chamber shoots the slide back and automatically cocks the hammer again. It ejects the spent bullet casing and then slides forward. Automatics still need to pull the trigger for it to work. Scam. Well, it's not a scam because, and here's the reason why. So there is a difference between what is called this, which would be considered a 45 automatic, or something like a revolver. With a revolver, you have to pull the hammer back every single time when you go to fire. So it's a two-stage process. You have to pull the hammer back and you have to pull the trigger, right? With this, it's literally you cock it, which is pull the slide back, you rack the slide. The mechanisms inside the gun itself, when you rack the slide, pull the next bullet up from the magazine, and when you pull the trigger, the actual power from the detonation inside blows the slide back, cocks the hammer, ejects the spent bullet casing, and loads the next bullet in, which is why it's called a 45 automatic. Because it's doing that stuff automatically. Whereas with a revolver, you have to pull the hammer back, and when you pull the hammer back, the actual ammo cylinder gets rotated at the same time because the mechanism inside the revolver. So it's manually having to reload and make sure the next bullet is ready to go versus literally the gun doing exactly what it's designed to do, and you can just pull the trigger again. That's why it's called an automatic. Gun looks cool, like something Shadow the Hedgehog would have. Fair. This is a 1911, quite literally made in 1911, and it's still going as of today. I own one, and they're a lot of fun to shoot. They are. They're actually a lot of fun to shoot. Used to be used by the U.S. Armed Forces all the way up to, I want to say it was basically right before Desert Storm, and then they switched over to a militarized version of the Beretta, which is basically like, if you've ever seen Lethal Weapon, that's the big gun that Mel Gibson uses in Lethal Weapon. That's his main weapon, is a Beretta. Edgeworth, what's going on here? Your fingerprints were on the murder weapon. And that foggy photo makes one thing clear. The only person who could have shot that man was the person in the photo. True. Was that you in the boat? Yes, it was me. What? But you must believe me, I didn't shoot him. Then who did? I don't know. You don't know? Weren't you right there? I heard a gunshot from very close by. Then the other man fell from the boat. I can't say why, but I thought at the time that he had shot himself. You mean it was a suicide? That's the only explanation I can come up with. Huh. How am I going to convince anyone of that? Say, Maya. Huh? What? Any progress with Mia? Oh. Sorry, it's no good. I know. I'm no good for anything, am I, Nick? If I can't call my sister, I might as well not be here, right? No, of course not. I need you here. I can see you're always trying to help out. Even if you don't actually help, it's the thought that counts, right? It's okay, Nick. You don't have to make me feel better. I don't know anything about trials or defense. What's more, I'm a spirit medium who can't even contact spirits. Aw, everyone has their off days. I mean, I've just been getting lucky lately. But you never know when my luck is going to run out. Really? Whoa. Right. Don't jinx this case any more than it already is. It's bad for my heart. Oh? Oh, sorry. Whoops. Court is back in session. Mr. Von Karma, call your witness. I want to know, since you mentioned ballistic markings came about from the spirals the manufacturer choose. Well, it's not the spirals. It's the machining that goes into making the barrel. Does that mean you can differentiate between the same model from the manufacturer? Because these games imply you can narrow it down to the specific gun. Yes, you can. You absolutely can. So what ends up happening is there are a million different reasons as to why... And actually, let me see if I can find it really quick. Let me see if I can find it really quick. You'll see what they're talking about here. Let me see if I can find a picture. Okay. I was really hoping I could find a better one. Oh, perfect. Here we go. This is perfect. So, here's what they do. So, these are 2 bullets. Okay, and you can see obviously that they're two. It's a picture, but it's a picture of 2 pictures split so that they can line them up one by one, right? So this bullet on the left is considered evidence. And what they do is they will typically take the gun and they will go to a firing range and they will fire another round from the gun itself. Then they will take a picture of that bullet, that test bullet that they fired, and if they can line it up like this next to the evidence bullet, then it means it's been fired from the same gun because all the lines line up exactly. But you can narrow it down to different guns for sure, because again, there are a million different reasons as to why these markings show up. It could be that somebody didn't clean their gun properly and they took it out shooting and maybe it caused a little bit of damage to the barrel that they're not aware of. It could be that maybe the hammer itself is loose and it didn't hit the primer on the back of the bullet casing square enough, so maybe the detonation was a little off, and it does that repeatedly because the springs are worn out. It could be that maybe they dropped the gun. It could be a million different things, but what they do is they go, okay, the easiest way to do it is go, if this bullet came from gun A, we'll fire another bullet, and if the markings match up exactly, then it had to have come from that gun. They do serial numbers first. I mean, they do serial numbers, yes. However, serial numbers don't mean much unless it's registered. I don't know why, but I was under the impression it was relying on nothing but gun and evidence. Well, and again, it really depends on the case, right? I mean, there are a million different reasons why a gun itself may not be able to be brought into evidence. And maybe it is, right? If you see somebody and you see them shoot someone at close range, and it's verifiable, you're 10 feet away, you see all the details from the person, you see all the details from the victim, you see this shooting taking place, and they go, there are fingerprints on this gun from the person who is identified as the shooter. There is GSR on their hand indicating that they fired this gun within a certain period of time, which lines up with when this shooting happened. They don't need to test the bullets. They don't need to test the markings because it's kind of an open and shut case. There's more than enough evidence to convict. But I really don't know anything about guns. No worries. But again, in a case like what we're playing in this game right now, this is absolutely one way that they could test to make sure that it is in fact the gun that shot the victim. So there's quite a bit to it. There is a lot of ballistic and forensic analysis that goes on when it comes to a shooting. Especially if they have to prove that it's the same gun that was used and the same type of ammo and like all that good stuff, right? There's tons and tons and tons of things that go into ballistic and forensic evidence. It's not just like a clear-cut thing. So they have to use different techniques and whatnot throughout all varying cases, because let's face it, every case is different. You know what I mean? Yes. Will Miss Lotta Hart take the stand? Lotta Hart, you are a research student at a university. The mechanics of guns is always so cool. There's a lot of really fun things with guns, for sure. That I am. Good. Begin by telling us what you saw the night of the incident. And don't add anything trivial or subjective. Understand? Y'all need to learn some manners. Understand? Yeah, I understand. I understand. Very well. Your testimony, please. It was Christmas Eve, just after midnight, I reckon. I was in my car. I heard this bang come up from the lake. When I looked out the window, I saw two gents in a boat. And there was another bang. Then wasn't nary a thing on the lake but that boat. Jim Von Karma in New York accent is really not what I expected, but it's funny. Yeah, it's my poor Christopher Walken impression. Enough. Huh? Judge, you happened to take a photo of the incident. This is that photo. Accept it as evidence. Well, this is a surprise. This looks like the very moment of the murder. Order! I will remove people from this courtroom if I do not have order immediately. As the witness testified, she looked at the lake when she heard the shot. There were no other boats on that lake. So, the man in the boat with the victim must have been the one who shot him. Yes, it was the defendant, Miles Edgeworth. Order, order, order. I will have order. Von Karma has a disease, and the cure is more cowbell. I got a fever! Well, Judge. The evidence is decisive. I have very little doubt about this case. Very well, this court finds the defendant. Wait, Your Honor! I haven't cross-examined the witness yet. A cross-examination? We have photographic proof. What question can there possibly be? This photo is worth 1,000 words, and they all read guilty. You lose. Or you claim to have found a contradiction in a testimony. Very well. If you have to, you may cross-examine the witness. You'll only flounder and ask meaningless questions. You'll fail to find anything. And then, I'll have you held in contempt of court. Nick, contempt? Contempt of court, you know. I guess I understand. Well, what are you gonna do? Do you really think there was a contradiction with the facts in her testimony? Yes. I think I noticed one little thing. Wow, I'm impressed, Nick. I didn't notice anything. Right, let's take him on. Yeah. I got a bad feeling about this. I understand. I will cross-examine the witness. Very well. I pray for your sake this isn't a waste of time. Okay. Just after midnight, I reckon. Hang on. 24th or 25th. Okay. Just after midnight, you say? In other words, it was no longer Christmas Eve, but Christmas Day. Huh? Yeah, well, yeah. I know you want to find contradictions, but really... I hope your next contradiction is a little more relevant to the trial. Witness, continued your testimony. Was in my car. Heard this bang come up from the lake. Wait a minute. Wait. If she heard a bang come up from the lake, why wasn't she out with her camera? Because when we first talked to her about it, she didn't know anything about the bangs from the gun. In fact, she said she checked her camera that morning. That next morning, right? If I'm not mistaken. I saw two gents in a boat. Okay. There was another bang. Wasn't there anything on the lake but that boat. At 12:15 a.m. Okay, fair enough. This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are that evidence and the statement just now related? They aren't, are... Oh, fuck. Please think back... Yeah. Great. I think it won me any points with the judge. When I looked out the window, I saw two gents in a boat. But I don't think she looked out the window. I'm pretty sure she did not look out the window. How could she see two gents in a boat? That camera has a massive fucking lens on it. Then there was another bang. Again, I'm pretty sure she didn't hear any bangs. Wasn't nary a thing on the lake. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Hang on. Press her on being in the car. Why were you camping there anyway? I'm a research student at my university. I was taking pictures to use in my research. What research? This all sounds suspicious. Miss Hart, could you be more specific about your research? What does the witness's motive in camping by the lake have to do with this case? The answer is nothing. I object to this line of questioning. Objection. Objection sustained. Well, wait, now, I'm the one who says that. Well, then say it already. Objection sustained. Thanks for nothing, Your Honor. I'm positive she didn't hear a bang. No, I haven't pressed her on everything. So you weren't looking at the lake at that time? No. I looked after I heard that noise. She said that already. I asked you to find contradictions, not leisurely chat with the witness. Ugh. Could you clearly see the two men? Well, just look at that picture. Clear enough for you? Uh-oh. Press further. Wait a second. I wasn't asking you about the photo. I was asking if you saw the two men. Yeah, well, of course. The witness has testified that she saw them. There's also a photo. You'd best look elsewhere for your precious contradictions. He jumped in quick. He's hiding something. Wait. Hang on. The gun was fired 3 times. She heard 2 shots, but only 1 bullet was recovered, and that was the one that went into Hammond's heart. So where's the other bullet? And how is it that somebody that close range can't hit him? How exactly Yes, they are! What are you talking about? She said she saw 2 men in a boat. And she said, oh yeah, is that clear enough for you? But he didn't ask her that, and even if he did, it's not clear that she saw anything other than 2 men. Were you watching the very moment the shot rang out? Well, yeah, sure. You're asking meaningless questions. Meaningless. Contradictions, Mr. Wright, not meaningless babble. On Karma, I think I hate you. He's trying to keep me from talking to the witness. To what end? Are you sure about that? Yeah, sure as a country gal can be. Sounds pretty sure. How come you're so sure? Well, heck, I scanned the whole lake. Scanned the whole lake? It almost sounds like she was more interested in the lake than the boat. Miss Hart, you... Mr. Wright, the witness has answered the question in full. No need for further questions. Objection sustained. That's what I'm... Sustained! Yes, of course. Oh, great. Enough. I think we've heard all we need to hear, Mr. Wright. It seems you are unable to find a contradiction in the testimony worth noting. But, Your Honor... You keep your promise. Mr. Wright, I am afraid that I will have to penalize any further outbursts by holding you in contempt of court. And if that happens, you'll have to leave the courtroom immediately. Understood? Uh-huh. Nick! Lana's testimony is fishy, Nick. Real fishy. I know what you mean, but if I can't say anything, what can I do? I believe we've covered the evidence sufficiently to make a decision. Then pass your judgment. Very well. Mr. Miles Edgeworth, please take the stand. Who was that? It was me. Maya? Is something wrong? Do you need to use the facilities? No, I do not. Lotta Hart, your testimony stinks. It's unclear whether you were actually looking at the lake. It's highly doubtful that you actually saw Mr. Edgeworth. Tell us the truth. This is a matter of life or death. Lotta, do you really clearly see Mr. Edgeworth that night? Did you see him fire that pistol? You will stand down. The court does not acknowledge the defense's outburst. Answer me, Lotta. What's the big idea treating me like some kind of criminal? I saw him, I swear it. I saw Edgeworth. Enough. Judge, declare the defense in contempt of court. Yes, of course. I'm sorry, but you were warned. Guard, escort Mr. Wright out of the courtroom. He is in contempt of court and must leave. No. Wait! I was the one who made the outburst, Your Honor. Nick is innocent. What's the difference? All that remains is for the guilty verdict to be declared. Isn't that right, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Wrong. What? Did you hear what Miss Hart just said? She said she clearly saw Mr. Edgeworth. That was not in the testimony. That changes her testimony, and I have a right to cross-examine her again. Order. You're in contempt of court. It's too late for wild claims. Judge, sustain my objection. I'm sorry, Mr. Von Karma, but I cannot. What? Mr. Lottahart has made a new testimony. The defense does have a right to cross-examine her again. But he is in contempt of court. No, I am. If you're going to arrest somebody, arrest me. Very well. Maya Fey, you will leave the courtroom immediately. Nick! I did what I could. You have to do the rest. Good luck. Maya! I care not for this melodrama. Listen well, Mr. Wright. I do not tolerate badgering of my witnesses. I'm running out of time. I better find a contradiction in there or else. Mr. Wright, begin your cross-examination. Clear as day, the man on the boat with Mr. Edgeworth. Got you. Gotcha, Miss Hart. Finally. What? You got what? Look at this photograph. Look at this photograph. Sorry. The photo I took? The very same. There's something I want you to see in this photo. It's quite clearly visible. The fog, Miss Hart. So? This picture was taken with professional high-quality film, correct? Yet even it could not capture the faces of the men on the boat. Yet you claim you saw Mr. Edgeworth. How? What? Mr. Wright has a point. That's why I told her not to say that in her testimony. Please. Yet now she has said it, Mr. Von Karma. How could you possibly see Mr. Edgeworth? Explain yourself. Miss Hart. What? Could you see the defendant that night? Of course. I said I could, and I meant I could. Then please testify as to the circumstances of your sighting. I did it! I finally found a hole in Von Karma's carefully vague testimony. You're right, it was a cold night and the fog was thick as grits. So once I was finished setting up my camera, I got back in the car. Still, I brought my binoculars with me. When I heard that noise out on the lake, I looked with my binoculars. See, no problem. You use binoculars. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. This one had better be good. If the fog is thick as grits, she still wouldn't be able to see shit with her binocular. Binoculars? Yeah, binoculars. Yesterday you mentioned that you were out looking for shooting stars, correct? Well, yeah. Wouldn't you need a telescope, not binoculars, for that? I've got doubts about your camera, too. Was that really to take pictures of meteor showers? The camera is irrelevant to this case. You can say that, you can't say that for certain. Mr. Wright. Is the camera really relevant to this case? If you believe it is, you may continue with this line of questioning. But know this, if you find nothing with this, there will be consequences. Well, Mr. Wright, do you wish to press further about the camera? What, you... Well, no, I'm gonna do it. I'm just more shocked that you did the look at this photograph. What? It's a good song. I don't give a fuck. Like, listen, for all intents and purposes, fuck Nickelback, because those guys are absolute shitheads. Okay, but it's a good song. What's the tea on Nickelback? Nickelback used to do some really, really shitty things, especially to fans. So there's actually a story that's been corroborated by, I guess, like 1 or 2 people in the band, where there was basically a super fan. There was a Nickelback super fan that made it backstage, and in order to get a photograph, they ended up getting so hammered that they made him stick his dick in a spinning fan, and then laughed at him. Yep. Yeah, they apparently they were dicks, like real assholes for a long time. I don't know about now. I'm sure they've gotten older and they've gotten more mature and maybe a little less asshole-ish, but back in the day, they weren't known to be the kindest people. Yeah, it's kind of fucked up. But, I mean, the songs are great, but, I mean, again, that's also like Creed, right? Sounds tame compared to what Crystal Castles did to their lead singer. Oh, I mean, there's tons of shit where people are complete assholes, for sure. There's tons and tons and tons of shit if you go back. There's... I guarantee that there are probably more bands that have done shit to and with fans than there are not. Guaranteed. Or artists, for that matter. But, I mean, you can't deny, like, Nickelback, they made great songs. Creed, they made great songs. They just did. I loved that stuff. Nickelback and Creed were the shit back in the day. And I'm sorry, anybody who doesn't like Nickelback or Creed, the songs, I'm not talking about the bands or the artists, because Scott Stapp is a psychopath now, but, yeah, those songs still slap hard. Like, really hard. They're really fucking good. I still don't understand why everyone memed on Nickelback's music, because it was literally all you heard on the radio all the time. That's why. It, like, there was not a radio station that wouldn't play it. You could go to hard rock, they'd have it. You could go to classic rock, they'd have it. You could go to regular, you know, like alt rock or today's rock, they'd have it. You could go to smooth listening and they'd have it. You could go to stuff that plays everything and they'd have it. They'd have it on loop in radio stations where they were all automatic. And they'd come up constantly. They were the Imagine Dragons of the 2000s or something? No, they were worse than Imagine Dragons. Imagine Dragons is literally only played on specific stations that deal with that kind of music. Nickelback and Creed both surpassed all of those and were on every single radio station every 10 minutes for years. Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. You... Holy Jesus. Sweet Mother Teresa on the hood of a fucking Mercedes-Benz. Hang on a minute. Jesus. Hang on. You don't want to know? Oh, this is a great song. Maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. We're gonna have to slog. No. I just want you to hear the actual, like, chorus. This is easily their slowest song, by the way. Yeah, these guys came around a little before Nickelback. They came around a little before Nickelback. They were literally, them and Nickelback were the two biggest bands in the world. And it wasn't even close with anybody else. You had, I mean, hell, you even had Godsmack. And Godsmack was absolutely, like, just with all the hits that Godsmack has, they couldn't compete with Creed's numbers. They couldn't compete with Nickelback. There were so many bands that sounded very, very similar to Creed and Nickelback. And honestly, I mean, they blew the doors off the competition. They really, really did. It was just, you couldn't get rid of them. Anywhere and everywhere you went, it doesn't matter whether it was a restaurant, doesn't matter whether it was a movie theater, like the lobby of a movie theater, whether it was a business where somebody had a radio playing, your car radio, any radio that you had in your bedroom. You'd go into record stores and they'd be playing. You could not escape Creed and Nickelback. You just couldn't. This is back before the internet was the way it is now. Excuse me. Before it was the way it is now, right? So, I mean, you had Napster, which was a thing for a little while. But yeah, Creed, Nickelback, and a couple of others really just absolutely smashed it and hit the nail right on the head. Breaking Benjamin was another massive one that came out around the same time. Again, you couldn't escape this kind of rock. You just couldn't. Alt rock, and believe it or not, Creed is Christian rock. And everybody fell in love with it. Absolutely everybody fell in love with it. There was no way you could escape it. To the point where it just got really annoying. It really, really, really got annoying. Must sound real young right now, but I promise I'm an adult. I just didn't really hear much of this as a kid. No, it's fine. It's totally fine. So with me, that sounds like Christian rock, all right. Oh, yeah. Creed is heavy Christian rock. Heavy, heavy, heavy Christian rock. Nickelback, not so much, but I can see where some people would say that for sure, especially with some of their songs. But yeah, Creed was full Christian rock for sure. Not that that's a bad thing. They literally took everything that they possibly could. And the only people that were relatively close, whether it was because they were slightly ahead or slightly behind, was always Nickelback. It was always those two. And, I mean, I'm almost 40. I'm 39. Do you hear that, guys? 39, not 40, not the big 40 yet. That's next year. Okay, thank you. But I had to have been 14, 15 when they came out. If not younger, I had to have been, so maybe like 13. Geez, here I am filling up an autoplay stream with almost all those bands you just met. Oh God, I could go on for hours in terms of those bands. Breaking Benjamin, Creed, Nickelback, Cold. There's one that I can never, ever, ever remember. I'm trying to remember the name of them. Damn it. I'll have to look later, but yeah, there's tons and tons of bands that are really good. I didn't get into anything rock until a few years ago, less than a decade really, so I'm not that knowledgeable yet, I'd say. 39, you don't sound a day over 33. Well, thank you, DM. I appreciate that. And no, that's perfectly fine. I am a DJ, so I grew up with music. I grew up around music. My dad was heavy into music. My childhood, a lot of my childhood was spent at weddings, bar mitzvahs, bat mitzvahs, wedding anniversaries, and so on. And I mean, I would help out in terms of doing camera work. I worked as a DJ for about a decade, and I still do DJing, like online DJing and stuff like that now. So, I mean, my whole life has been music, right? We even, especially when I was younger, we had radio DJs come over to our house just to hang out for dinner. That was it. Just literally just to hang out. Or we'd have wedding DJs over. And, you know, my dad was really good friends with a lot of them. So, I mean, I've been involved in music for a very, very, very long time. Very long time. And again, if it wasn't me doing stuff with music, then it was me doing stuff with cameras. So I was, working as an assistant cameraman for my dad. He'd, do weddings, bar mitzvahs, bat mitzvahs, wedding anniversaries, pool parties, graduations, special events within the town. He'd work for the local news. He'd work for the local public access channel. He did all sorts of stuff. And then even after 9/11, when the business went under because nobody was celebrating everything, he must have spent, it had to have been at least another 10 years, somewhere around that, 10 years doing video editing, working for another company who would do stuff for like high-end customers. So whether they be companies that, need like intro stuff and they need a video edited for instructional purposes or whatever. Literally, my house was filled with audio and video editing equipment constantly throughout basically 25 years. That was quite literally, just an extension of my life for years and years and years. And then I got introduced to vinyl when I was, I must have been 11, somewhere around there. Because my dad had, he had a turntable, not a DJ turntable, but just a turntable. And I asked him what it was, and he hooked it up and showed me. And then we had a neighbor who actually ended up moving, and he had this massive collection, but he was moving to Mexico and he couldn't bring anything with him. So literally I got his entire setup. So for years and years and years in my room, I was listening to stuff like Toto. I was listening to The Police. I was listening to Creedence Clearwater Revival. I was listening to Engelbert Humperdinck. I was listening to, you name it. It didn't matter what it was. I was listening to rock. I was listening to smooth rock, jazz, polka. I was listening to love ballads. I was listening to Steelheart. I was listening to the Scorpions, and I was listening to Meatloaf. And this was my childhood. This is how I grew up. So yeah, tons of music. And most of it I listened to on vinyl at the time because, and I know this sounds really snobby and I don't mean it to, but if you do have the right setup, vinyl 1,000,000% does sound better. With the caveat that you have to have the right setup to actually use it to get that sound. But vinyl absolutely can sound better, for sure. This is make or break it time. The camera is of utmost importance, Your Honor. It is perhaps the key to this entire case. Therefore, I will continue my line of questioning. Wow, maybe I went a little overboard there. Very well. Miss Hart, you will testify to the court about the camera. Yeah, I hear ya. The camera was set up to take pictures of a meteor shower. Okay. I think I'd want a presser on this, right? Meteor showers don't happen when you look out on a lake. Typically, you have to kind of point the camera up. I don't think I ever listened to anything on vinyl as a kid. If anything, it would be CDs, and even then it was listening with other people, like my family, an impromptu kind of thing. Fair. She's lying about the meteorites. That's what I thought. Miss Hart, what made you choose that lake to photograph meteors? You know the fog gets thick on that lake. It's not very suited for stargazing. Yeah, well, you see, I guess I wasn't thinking too straight. Huh. Mr. Wright, I will not have you badgering my witness because of a challenged intellect. Now, wait a minute. Continue your testimony. You were saying how it was that you saw Edgeworth. No unnecessary comments, please. This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are that evidence and the statement now just related? What the fuck? How? That's what she was looking for. She was looking for Gordy. Guaranteed she was looking for Gordy, not a meteor shower. Especially considering during a meteor shower, you're not going to hear much of anything. You were photographing shooting stars. That's a lie. Says who? I saw the camera you set up yesterday. It was pointed directly at the lake. You have to point a camera upwards to take photos of the stars, Miss Hart. Oh. Mr. Wright, what are you driving at? The witness was not at the lake to photograph shooting stars, Your Honor. Well then, what exactly was she photographing? Your Honor, take a look at this. That's not what I wanted to do. Shit. Well, oh, there we go. Now I can do it. Miss Hart, this is what you were trying to photograph. What's this? A newspaper article? Gordy? Ah, the sighting at Gord Lake. Well, Miss Hart? I never heard of no lake monster. You got proof or something? Let's see you prove that I was down at the lake trying to photograph this Gordy. I have proof because of the shotgun mic on the camera. It only detects loud sounds. You're not going to hear anything with meteors. Not to mention, a shotgun mic ain't going to pick up any sound a fucking meteor makes unless it's crashing right in your head. I think that's got to be it, right, Spectre? Gotta go to bed. Good luck with the trial and have a good rest of your stream, guys. Bedge, Spectre, have yourself a good night, buddy. Always appreciate you being here. Yep, okay, I have proof. Shotgun mic. I have it. Proof. I don't think it's the camera and mic. Okay. Intriguing. Remember to show the newspaper and camera. I just showed the newspaper. Very well, let's see it. And no joking around this time, please. What is proof that the witness was trying to photograph Gordy the lake monster? Newspaper points out loud noise. Not the shotgun mic? Really? Oh, that's right. Wait a minute. So I'm trying to figure out how I do this then. Because I have to prove that her camera was set up with the shotgun mic to detect loud noises. But the newspaper also says that there was a bang that was heard. And I have to do this in order. You can't read about the bang now, and so you You can read about the bang now, and so you can't be expected... Or you can't read about the bang now, and so you can be expected to present... You can't be expected to present about it. I think it's the camera. Here goes nothing. The proof, Miss Hart, is your own camera. Your camera was set to take photos in response to loud noises, correct? Thus, this photograph here was taken when a gun fired on the lake. And here, this article about Gordy. There it is. According to this article, Gordy made a loud noise when it emerged. Well, you were trying to photograph Gordy, weren't you? That's why you had set your camera to respond to loud noises. There we go. Order, order. I see. I too thought it was a little strange. Yeah, sure. Well, Miss Hart? You were camping there to try and take a photo of Gordy, weren't you? Yeah. Not bad. Are all you lawyers that smart? So, smart boy, I was down there trying to photograph Gordy. You got me. So what? Huh? That don't change what I saw, does it? Exactly. Well, you just used several precious minutes of our time to prove there's nothing more than the witness is an idiot who thinks monsters exist. Hey! But, as she so succinctly said, so what? Changes nothing. Not true! You were hiding the whole thing about Gordy for some reason, I know it. What could it have been? Whatever it is, I'm getting to the bottom of this. Mr. Hart. Or Miss Hart, why did you hide the fact that you were searching for Gordy from the court? Please revise your testimony. Right, fine, I'll testify. It won't change nothing, though. Something will change, it has to. And I'm going to spot it. Actually, I'm not a research student at a university. I'm an investigative photographer. Imagine what a scoop it'd be if I got a picture of that monster. That's why I was camping out by the lake. That's all I was hiding. When I heard the bang, I looked right straight out at the lake. Wasn't much else to look at, so I just watched that boat the whole time. Then I saw a flash near one of the men's hands, and I heard another gunshot. I was looking right at that boat the whole time, crossed my heart and hoped to fry. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Witness's testimony is unchanged from before. Whether she is a research student or a photographer has no bearing on this case. There is no need to waste more of our time with another pointless cross-examination. I claim the defense's right to cross-examine the witness, Your Honor. Von Karma's up to something, I know it. He doesn't want me to cross-examine her because... Why? Was there a contradiction? Very well. You may begin the cross-examination. You seem sure of yourself. You must have something in mind. Ah! That would be a first. Very funny. You understand that this is your last chance at cross-examination, Mr. Wright? If there is no problem with the testimony this time, we will let the witness leave. I will announce my verdict at that time, Mr. Wright. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. So I'm assuming I should just fucking press her on everything, right? They're both can't. I typo as hell. I'm so sorry. Oh, no. Don't worry about it. You're fine. Don't worry about it at all. There are tons of people that speak Taiwanese. I'm just very bad at sometimes reading it. Ooh. Looked right straight out at that lake. Okay. Wasn't much else to look, so I just watched that boat the whole time. Then I saw a flash near one of the men's hands. and I heard another gunshot. I mean, she'd be able to see the flash, that's for sure. Pressing is almost always safe to do at any statement. Fair enough. Let's just fucking crush her. A lot of streamers where I confuse them with my very good England. And what manner of person are you? I'm not sure I'm highfalutin enough to be called a manner of anything. An investigative photographer. Yep. Get your photo and sell it to the press. It's that kind of business. Hey, I was taking pictures of my sister's graduation last year. And guess what? What? There was a UFO, just a UFO. Oh my god. Just hanging in the sky. She means UFO. A UFO? You know, an unidentified flying object? A UFO. That's when I had sort of a revelation. I knew I should become an investigative photographer. I see. Kind of a shaky basis for a career. That's the way it was meant to be pronounced, actually, like UFO? Really? Interesting. This case spiritually upsets me. Is Gordy really all that newsworthy? Heck yeah! They even had him up on the TV! I'm not sure that appearing on the local news, the news's Rumor of the Month segment qualifies. Last month's segment was Bigfoot sighted on Acorn Hill, I believe. The intention of making it sound like aliens would be immediately regarded as foes. Interesting, okay. Hey, they also had a picture of him in the newspaper, for real! Mr. Wright. This is one fight I do not believe you can win. Let's keep moving, shall we? Yes, Your Honor. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to save right here, and we are going to pick this up tomorrow. So I do want to thank everybody for hanging out, because unfortunately it is that time for me. But we have some people here that I gotta thank. Assuming I can scroll down and not have that scroll, but we'll do it anyway. We had Sophia coming in with biddies. Thank you so much, Sophia. We had Aylin gifting a sub to Spectre. Thank you so much, Aylin. We had Sophia coming in and gifting a sub to Fafo. And gifting 10 more community subs. Thank you so much, Sophia. Then we had Aylin coming in with 400 bits. And then we had Aylin coming in and gifting a sub to Corgi. Thank you so much, Aylin. Then we had Sober coming in and gifting a sub to Lazy. Thank you so much, Sober. And Lazy, thank you so much for the follow. I really, really appreciate it. We also had Sophia coming in with more bits. Thank you so much, Sophia. And then we had Mongo coming in for 35 months. Thank you so much, Mongo. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all the gifted subs and the resubs and the bits and the follows. I really, really appreciate it. It is that time of the night for me, and I will be back later on today, 7 p.m. Central Time in the U.S. But as always, until I see you all then, we had DM, we had Sophia, we had Lazy, we had Bloop, we had Corgi, we had Spectre, we had Aylin, we had Fafo, we had Pixel Pixie, we had a bunch of awesome people. So thank you for being here. And until I see you all later on today, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you all later on today. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. Have yourselves a good night. I'm out. Take care. Bye, guys.